Is everyone all set? How's that? Yep, that sounds good. Okay, we're going to get started. Seeing the presence of a quorum, I'm going to call the Amherst School Committee to order on February 24th, 2026 at 6:38 p.m. Our first order of business is public comment. So if you are in the town room, there's a sign-up sheet. If you are on Zoom, you should be able to put up your hand and we will call you into the room. So, and I will alternate back and forth between the town room and the folks online. So, here's the preamble. Thank you for attending the public meeting of the Amherst School Committee. This meeting will be held in accordance with Massachusetts Open Meeting Law and Robert's Rules of Order. The Amherst School Committee oversees the Amherst School District, comprised of Crocker Farm Elementary School, Fort River Elementary School, and Wildwood Elementary School. The Amherst School Committee has purview over the employment, compensation, and evaluation of the superintendent, the review and approval of a fiscally responsible annual budget, the establishment of the overarching educational goals of the district, the development of policies as the guide for administrative action, and to strive for continual improvement of the educational programming for the district. Members of the audience are welcome to address the committee during the public comment period of the meeting, generally held at the opening of each meeting. The committee's public participation meetings policy, BEDD, provides that an individual wishing to address the committee must be recognized by the chair. A speaker should begin with their stated or written name, town of residence and/or affiliation with the district, and the topic they plan to address. Each speaker generally will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. A speaker may not assign their time to another individual, but the chair may permit extensions of this time limit. So, do we have anybody signed up from the town room? Carla, please step forward.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. My name is Carla Reed McNally, and I'm a parent of 2 kids who attend Fort River. And I'm coming to speak to you this evening about the seclusion and restraint policy, JKAA. I'm coming here tonight to show up as a parent who knows what it's like to have a child be restrained and put into seclusion. As I reviewed the proposed policy, questions came to mind. I wondered who was involved in drafting this policy. Were parents who have direct experience and who will be impacted by this policy brought to the table? And if so, was this done by invite only? Why was there no call to the community asking for caregiver input? And why wasn't there a space made for us to share our stories so that those who are drafting these types of policies are able to learn from us? We are the eyes and ears. We are living this day in and day out. Our voices matter. I still do not understand how a policy like this can be made by individuals who have never stepped foot into Fort River's seclusion room, also known as the Blue Room. It seems like time and space is made for board members to travel to other school districts to check out their playground equipment and AstroTurf, to get ideas for our new new elementary school, but somehow there's no time set aside for a 5-minute car ride down the road to Fort River to see what a seclusion room actually looks like in person. I have been in that seclusion room. I've sat with my son in that room many times. I know that space. I've seen my son restrained on at least 4 occasions. I know what that looks like. I've received those reports. I know how incomplete they can be. If I would have been asked to share my input with the individuals who have drafted this policy, here are some of the things I would have said. Number one, where is the time limit on how long a child can stay in the blue room? Without a time limit in place, a child could be isolated in that room for the entire school day. Two, parent guardian notification should happen immediately, not by end of school day. A few months ago, my son is the one who told me he was put into the blue room. That's how I found out. 8 p.m. at bedtime from my child. No email from the school, no phone call. If the school nurse can call me to tell me my son scraped his knee at recess, then I would hope the administration could call to tell me they restrained my child and not wait until end of day to do so. Number three, not all staff are equally trained, and this is one of the big problems I've noticed. There's a lack of consistency, and because of that, there's weak relationships with the students. And this can lead students to escalate because the triggers are not being recognized by the staff because they don't know them. And then the students are being forced into a restraint and placed into a seclusion room when it could have been avoided if the staff had stepped in when they saw the triggers. I'll end by sharing this. A while back, my son said he wanted to be president. And when I asked him why, he said because he would get rid of all blue rooms, so no kids have to be put in them anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. I don't see anybody online. Am I missing something?
Yes, because there's three hands up. There's Ellen.
Megan, next person, please.
Ellen, I will be allowing you to unmute.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Just before I start the comment, just on behalf of myself, thank you for doing this as a hybrid meeting and allowing parents to call in. It really makes a huge difference. So I appreciate this very much from you all, and Dr. Z really helps a lot. I am speaking on behalf of CPAC, and hopefully I can start my 3 minutes now because it is a bit long. A few weeks ago, CPAC held 2 listening sessions open to caregivers whose children have experienced restraint and seclusion to come and share their stories. This was in response to the upcoming changes to the law regarding timeout and seclusion, which goes into effect in August. We gathered this information so that we could advise the superintendent and school committee as part of our legal mandate. Families often do not feel comfortable sharing personal stories in a public setting, and rightly so. However, as CPAC, we can share the critically important perspectives and recommendations from these families so that this information is taken into account during revisions of policy JKAA. In our district, we have reflection rooms, also called blue rooms. These are the rooms that have been used for seclusion and/or timeout for decades in our district. Families have reported other small closet or office-sized rooms being used for seclusion of their children. Some families have reported their child being in the blue room for multiple hours, or their children being in the blue room for behavior modification purposes, not just for an emergency in which there is an imminent danger to themselves or others, as those rooms are intended, and which is mandated by state law. Restraint and seclusion policies and practices have a profound impact on our children that can last for years, or in some instances, a lifetime. We respectfully urge you to tour the current blue rooms or reflection rooms that are in use in our district and consider the following recommendations. 1, we need to move away from seeing emotional dysregulation simply as bad behavior and using compliance-based strategies to correct it. We need to shift to a more updated understanding of students with disabilities that is based on neuroscience and neuroaffirming and trauma-informed practices. 2, more training is needed in ways to prevent student dysregulation whenever possible, as well as use of co-regulation and neuroaffirming care and practices. Training also needs to be differentiated by age group. Working with preschoolers is significantly different from elementary students and also different from middle school students and high school students. 3, we request the formation of a working group or subcommittee that includes caregivers, staff, administrators, and school committee members to address the improvements needed to restraint and seclusion policies and practices, as well as the design of timeout and seclusion spaces in our district. 4, improved data collection and accountability is needed. Reports need to be more detailed and timely. We urge you to include notification on the day of any restraint in the new policy. We also urge family notification of any emergency seclusion at the time the seclusion is happening. 5, More oversight of building administrators is needed. We would like to see measures put in place by central office that would create more accountability. 6, we need one-way mirrors or cameras and two-person double monitoring. This is crucial for the safety of vulnerable students as well as the staff who work with them. Many of our students cannot share their daily experiences, whether they are non-speaking or quite verbal. 7, an export of recent ARPS restraint data shows that multiple restraints and seclusions happen to the same few students repeatedly. When a student is restrained more than once, we'd like to see a policy that mandates reevaluation of student needs and approaches use so we don't keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. 8, with the new school building about to open, we have an excellent opportunity to update and modernize our concept of what a reflection room could and should be. These spaces can be built as places that are child-centered, inviting, calming, and safe. Just today, one of our members had the opportunity to tour the new building site and these rooms. As they stand, the design of one room within a room is problematic, very small, confining, and lacking venues for monitoring student safety and well-being. They also do not appear as calming spaces given their small size. The design needs to change as soon as possible. Last, we need a strong budgetary commitment to hiring and retaining qualified special education and behavioral health staff in our district. It is critical to ensuring students have the expert support they need. Focus our budget cuts as far away from all students as possible and invest in high-quality training so that students and staff can feel safe in our schools. We submitted a more detailed version of these recommendations in writing. Our primary focus at CPAC is to help improve the conditions for students with disabilities in our district, and we are grateful for your work and dedication to that end. Thank you for considering these suggestions.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Laura in the town room?
Good evening. I'm Laura Yvonne Steinman from Florence, and I teach art at Wildwood. I'm here today to address the proposal for next year and to say that the proposal is not sustainable at all for students and for staff. The reason I'm saying that is I'm going to be speaking from the perspective from specialists. On the proposal, it says that specialist positions will be cut 30%. That is, from what I have heard, the largest percentage that has ever been proposed to be cut. What that means is that adaptive specials will not happen in the current proposals. That means that adaptive specials are classes that students in the intensive learning center and building blocks go to. And currently, the way the budget is, they say there's no space, there's no room in the schedule for those. And from my understanding too, the mission in Amherst Regional Public Schools is to meet every student's needs. So I'm wondering how those needs are not going to be met with these current budget cuts. I also know that with this new school coming, that we really want to focus on a culture of belonging and building a space of belonging with over 550 students is a lot. It's a lot and a lot. And to ask one specialist teacher to be able to do that, if that's like one art teacher, one music teacher, one PE teacher, one librarian, one tech teacher, to be able to create that space for all of those children, to me, it feels a lot more like you're creating some sort of student factory instead of creating a space of belonging where children can learn critical thinking skills, where children can be creative, and to create a place of self-worth. So I would highly recommend that this proposal not be passed, and to really be thinking about, again, the mission of how do we create a space that's sustainable for our staffing and a space that meets all of the access needs for all of our children in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next person online, please.
Angelica Bernal.
Yes, that is the next person, just allowing to talk.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So I'm here speaking on behalf of the steering committee of the Special Education Parents Advisory Council to voice our deep concerns over the proposed elementary consolidation plan and its projected cut of 4 special education teachers. This is our 5th year that we have been voicing the crisis impacting our special education programs, from issues of legal compliance to significant staffing loss and turnover. Since 2022, we have seen a sharp decline in these programs' compliance and quality linked to yearly budget cuts that seek to balance budgets on the back of our special ed programs. The current staffing plan shows a reduction of 10.35 staff under the new model of consolidation, but we still have 3 separate elementary schools to staff: Amethyst Brook, Crocker Farm, and Chestnut Street Academy. Once again, the majority of the cuts will affect special education. From the shared documents, it appears 4 special education co-teachers will be cut, as well as 3 general education teachers. In addition, 2.5 math reading interventionists will be lost. Research shows that when we lose interventionists, the number of kids needing special education referrals increase. We are also concerned about the 6th grade AIMS, Building Block, and ILC because only 0.4 of a staff person has been added. We would like more clarity around staffing of these programs as well as the spaces that will be used. Will these elementary students be sharing space with middle school students? Once again, we see budget cuts repeated at the worst possible moment. As we have stated previously to Town Council, our special education services cannot take any more cuts. We'd like to specifically highlight 3 reasons that we hope you keep in mind when reviewing this consolidation plan and its cuts. First is the issue of legal compliance. Consolidating our elementary schools by cutting special education teachers will result in lack of compliance with our students' IEPs and 504s. Consolidation does not mean that our students' IEPs and 504s go away and no longer need services. Our population is sizable and already struggles to receive their legally entitled services. As a concrete example, it will mean teachers who are already struggling will be spread even more thinly. All students in those classrooms will be impacted if students with IEPs and 504s do not get the supports they need due to lack of staff. Second is the cost. These cuts will not actually save money, but cost the district money. A lot of it. Why? Because removing these staff will not remove students' needs and legal rights to receive supports. Instead, it will require, as it always does, the contracting of outside services. These special education service contractors cost our district into the thousands on a yearly basis, sending our public education taxpayer funds to private sector providers. Let's keep these funds in-house and make sure that we stop the stream of funds that flow into private contracted services. Third, these proposed staff cuts have no basis. Given our sizable population of students with IEPs and 504s and the continuing strain on the current staff of these programs to provide these services, there is no logical basis for cutting staff. The opening of a new elementary school is a moment for all of us to celebrate. The proposed consolidation plan, however, offers little to celebrate about given its sizable savings on the back of special education teachers and programs. Please refrain from making these cuts and seek saving through non-student facing areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica. Stacy?
Can you hear me? Is that okay? Hi, my name is Stacy Dufour, and I'm from Amherst, and I'd like to talk about the budget, including a comment about the special education cuts. And I just want to clarify on the special education cuts that it's not just contracting out private providers to provide services in school. When we don't provide services for an IEP and then we're in violation of federal law, we risk losing our Title I and any other kind of services we get from the federal government when we aren't in compliance. Not only that, it gives students the right to seek a private education. We are likely paying for kids to go to private school because of these violations, which can cost, $60,000 a year. And then it's very hard to get back from that. So I just wanted to emphasize that on terms of special ed cuts. But also I wanted to say generally that it's the worst time possible to cut teachers, because what's coming, and I don't see any talk about this, is mandatory courses, mandatory graduation requirements through the high school. We have in Amherst the lowest graduation requirements in the state. And so I really would encourage everyone to recognize that the era of Amherst exceptionalism is over. And that's part of the reason we are where we are. We think, I believe, I hear people say, we have the best schools, and that's why I moved here, and that's why property values are so high. We do not have the best schools. We have great educators and great staff and great administration. We just don't have enough of them. And to cut them now is crazy. We are going to have to comply with Mass Core. That is not about what the teachers teach. It's about what classes the students take. Currently, it just recently changed, but up until this year, kids only had to take 2 years of math. Massachusetts recommends 4 years of math. Why? Because that's what you need to apply to college in a state school. They recommend 2 years of foreign language. We recommend 0. For a town that projects an image of inclusivity and multiculturalism, to not require any language learning is outrageous. We have this low rate of things, and that the superintendent is going to talk to us about the review that's going to happen from the Board of Ed. That doesn't happen in a vacuum. That's because we're failing. It is, I think her positive attitude towards it is wonderful, but make no mistake, this is a bad thing for us. It's a bad reflection that they're coming in to do this. And they're going to look to see if that we have high quality instruction and aligned with their standards and indicators. We do have high quality instruction. We don't have enough for what's coming. And that is because within this legislative session, they will vote for mandatory courses that have to be taken before you graduate from high school. And they're going to say 2 years of a foreign language, 4 years of math, 3 science labs, and one art. Seems a little small, but we don't have that. We don't offer that. Currently, it looks as though, on average, only 37% of our students graduate with that requirement. 37%. If we have to meet those requirements, we need more classes, more teachers, more resources, and possibly a change of schedule. It just seems like winter is coming and we're not ready. And so to cut teachers right now is just unfathomable to me with what we have coming at us. Again, Amherst exceptionalism, not a thing. If you don't know, now you know.
Thank you, Stacy. The next person online, please.
Bill Killow-Hill. You should be able to speak now.
Hi, this is actually Ruth Killow-Hill. So
Oh,
I
hi.
apologize. Hi. It's about the computer naming. Hi, I am,
The person online, I didn't catch your name and I can't hear you very well.
my name is
Try
Ruth.
again.
Hello, this is Ruth Killow-Hill. Can you hear me? Okay.
Barely, but better than before.
Okay, sorry. I'm not sure what's wrong. I work at Fort River as a school adjustment counselor and have been a resident in Amherst for many years, and both of my children went to the Amherst Public Schools. I'm also calling to talk about the budget because of the impact to our students. I continuing the conversation about the concern of 4 SC teachers, special education teachers, being cut from the elementary schools. I know we have an increase in special education teachers at the preschool. Those kids will grow up and come into our schools, and we'll need to be prepared for them. We won't have enough staff to cover their needs. We are currently in our district, we have almost 25% of our population has IEPs, and we need to make sure we legally cover them, but also that we meet their needs. When we have special education teachers in our schools, all students benefit from this because the skills of our special education teachers influence the whole classrooms. They learn how to modify, present more visuals, work in ways that meet general education population. And so that's important for our whole system. I'm also reminded from what a parent just said that our Amherst schools used to be in the top 10 of Massachusetts, and we're now right in the middle. Many students have left to go to charter and private schools. One of the things that we used to have was really small classrooms. The ratio between teachers and students was amazing. We have lost that. The budget is now has shifted away from student-facing positions. And because of that, we've also lost our students. I don't want to see that happen for our students, for our town. I know a lot more work will be imposed on our secretaries and teachers by the change of the budget because of the cuts, and have looked to Northampton in terms of how they prioritize, and think that we could also look at our numbers in a similar way of supporting student-facing positions. I also heard exactly what the parents saying in terms of cut to interventionists. The more cuts we have to intervention, both in reading and math, means there'll be an increase of students with IEPs. I may have come to the end of my time, but I just appreciate thinking about this because, like I said, we want our students to be able to have the best benefits. We want our families to also feel that support. It influences the whole town. It influences even our real estate prices. So please reconsider the budget and please save the student-facing positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruthie. Is there anyone else in the town room who hasn't signed up who would like to speak? Okay, next person online, please.
Alex Lopez.
Hey, this is Alex Lopez. I live on Potwine Lane. Still unfortunately named if you're ever trying to make a serious complaint. I guess like today, I often come to you all feeling unhopeful, and I have a little bit of hope in this moment. And I have that because I've seen some of you starting to stand up and push back upon the falseness that are the numbers you've been given for this budget. I've heard Deb talk about it doesn't MX plus B when it comes to state funding. And instead of talking about what positions should be cut, I'm starting to hear rumblings around town of are the numbers being sent from the town council appropriate for running a school system the way we want it to be in Amherst? Looking at the proposals now, I don't envy you all, because ostensibly you were now put into a position where the town council is asking you to make our school system worse. And they're asking you to put your name on it, to make it possible that they know the numbers are not sustaining the education that our children were getting, and they're asking you to make that happen. You have the option to say no to that and continue to say no to that. You don't have to carry water from the poison well. And I really hope that you take that moment and commitment to revisit your whys of why you give up so many evenings, of why you listen to us drone on so many cold days, because I don't think any of you ran or showed up tonight because you wanted to make Amherst schools worse. And I think that the budget that is in front of you will do that. And so I'm not going to participate in a conversation about how to make it worse better. Let's fire these folks instead of that. That's a problematic conversation from the beginning. And I hope that you guys won't too.
Thank you, Alex. Next person online, please.
The next person is Molly Cooksey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. My name is Molly Cooksey. I am a kindergarten teacher in the Caminantes program at Fort River. I live in East Hampton. I'm so encouraged by all of the words I'm hearing from parents and from teachers and community members. And I can't reinforce or second enough how much our students with specialized needs already take on in terms of their integration into general ed classrooms, in terms of the work that they do to be flexible when that can actually be much harder for them. They're really shining stars and they're really doing amazing work. And anything that's going to make that harder for them just feels so sad and awful. And so I can't highlight enough how important our special ed teachers are, our BCBAs, our paras that work in specialized programs, our interventionists. They make such a huge difference. I have a student that is a newcomer to our country. And when they started this year, they were really struggling across the board. And with targeted, consistent math instruction, they've been able to come all the way up to grade level. And it's like, I mean, being able to share that with parents and being able to share that with the child and look at their face as they realize all of the progress they've made, that progress isn't going to happen without those interventionists and specialists. And it's really, really meaningful work. It's so important. I don't know how else to say that in a more extreme term. It's so important. And I really hope that we can find more creative ways to fund our schools that don't take away from the students that are already doing such hard work.
Molly, can you finish up, please?
Yep, thanks. Yeah, so anyway, that's my pitch. Please don't cut special ed teachers.
Thank you, Molly. Next person online, please.
Elizabeth Prettle.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh,
Yes, we
you
can.
can't see me. That's interesting. Sorry. Uh, my name is Elizabeth Patel. I am an Amherst taxpayer and resident. I'm the mom of two terrific Amherst Public Schools alumni, and I also am a staff member at Wildwood. And I'd like to just echo what I have been hearing this whole time during the public comment. And I'd also would like to agree with Alex Lopez. I do believe that our school committee does need to request more funding from our town. Every year, the town has been providing less and less money for education, and it's detrimental to our children, our students, our families, and eventually our town in a way, because the better our schools are, the more people will move here. And I have heard so many times that families have moved here specifically for our schools. As a parent, I've seen firsthand how the arts and music and creative spaces provide well-rounded adults, and how interventionists have provided that small group environment for students that need that space to improve in their whatever it is, math, reading, whatever support they need. Again, I guess I just want to end with, please request more funds from our town. It exists, and really it is just so, I'm just so disgusted with how we have been receiving less and less, and we have to do more and more with less funding.
Thank you, Elizabeth. The next person online, please. I think we're lacking a name. Is that correct?
Yes, we are lacking a name. The person who's going to be allowed to speak next. Oh, they disappeared. So I'm going to move on to the next person. Heather S. You should be allowed to
Hi.
unmute.
Hello. My name is Heather Sheldon. I live in District 2. I wanted to reiterate what Ellen's, the CPAC, said about the restraint and seclusion rooms. I was president of CPAC 7 years ago. And at that time, I worked with the head of student services to request several of these things, especially around reporting to parents and record keeping about time in the blue room. And it really disheartens me to know that none of that was implemented. So I highly suggest that the school committee take a really strong hand in writing procedures that become actionable and that don't rely, that can just go away over time. Yes, that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. And I think we have the person on the iPhone whose name we don't yet know.
Yes, it says iPhone 138. When you're on mute, can you please state your name? And just for reference, anybody else online, if you had wanted to speak, you do need to raise your hand to do so. Just so you're aware as public comment is coming to a close.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So sorry that I wasn't able to put my name on there. Hi, my name is Mary Alice DuPont. I am one of the ILC teachers at Wildwood Elementary School. I'm here today to voice my concern about the reduction of specials teachers due to the consolidation for the new elementary school. This reduction of specials teachers will affect ILC students who currently receive adapted specials. These adapted special classes allow our ILC students to learn in a smaller classroom setting while practicing skills they will then use when attending their grade level specials classes. ILC students thrive in their adapted specials classes, and I've been able to observe our ILC students having a better inclusion experience with their grade level classrooms after having practiced skills in adapted specials. So I'm just here to ask to please reconsider the proposed budget for the next school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Alice.
Now we have an additional person in the room, Esther Azar.
I just want to piggyback on what other people have said, and I want to ask the school committee to submit a proposal for the budget to town council that is a full budget without cuts, and let the town be the ones to make the cuts. We don't need to go in and offer them the opportunity not to fund our schools. If they don't want to fund the schools, let them be the ones to say that. We should go in with a full budget and let them struggle with that. If we, when we're talking about fascism, as we talk about constantly these days, people say, don't repress yourself in advance. Don't give in before you're under attack, right? Like what, like don't give in first. And it feels like when we go in with budget cuts ourselves, we're already saying to them, it's okay. And I just want to ask that we put forward an actual budget that will fund our schools.
Thank you, Esther. Is there anyone else online or in the town room? Okay, so that concludes public comment. I did get 3 emails. They are attached to the board docs agenda. Next up, we have consent agenda. So this is an opportunity for any individual or group of people on the committee to ask that an item be removed from the consent agenda. And we have one. Sarah?
please remove the superintendent's update.
Superintendent's update. Anybody else want to remove anything else? I'm actually going to ask to remove the gifts and the chair's update because I didn't write one, so I have to speak it. That just leaves the minutes, which Laura did her part on and I failed to do my part on. So that doesn't leave much of the consent agenda, especially as none of the school committee members submitted written agendas either. So we can move on then to the chair update. I had intended to speak about the Rural Schools Advocacy Week coming up on the 9th, but I didn't because I didn't. So aside from that, I would like to thank Amherst Media and Andrew and Megan, Naibi, the central office, all the people who worked hard to get the Zoom interface up. It seemed like a simple ask, and of course, nothing is simple, but I think we've done a remarkable job. I'd also like to thank the town of Amherst for accommodating the Amherst School Committee in this venue. I think it's a nice venue for us to better interface with our public, especially given the option of doing the hybrid meeting, which I know families have been asking for a long time. And then along those lines, hearing the same requests, Dr. Z was able to secure a Zoom webinar feature for the rest of our meetings, well, for all of our meetings. So the other committees will be able to meet in a hybrid format from the high school library as well. So thanks to everybody who contributed to making this happen. Angela Mills, Paul Bockelman, just the idea of keeping a building open later than normal is not a small feat. So we appreciate your commitment to the community in that way. And that's all I have for Chair's update. Anybody have any verbal school committee member announcements or updates? And then again, I apologize for the minutes. I will do my part soon-ish. So then our next item is the superintendent update. So Dr. Z.
I'm not quite sure why it was removed. So I guess I don't know if we should open it for questions. The update kind of focused on the org chart. I think there were a lot of questions around the central office organizational chart. So we attached in board docs the org chart as well as a breakdown of who sits in the requisite positions. Some positions are advertised. I do want to say that the central office has both committee action as well as unionized employees listed. So if there's clarity in that regard, we could seek that. And then I think we talked about the webinar feature you just spoke about, so I won't have to reiterate that. It is new to us. We are working on it. Tonight's our launch, and I think it's going fairly well around that. And so we'll continue to perfect that. And then I spoke about receiving notice that all 3 districts, including the Amherst Elementary, will be under a DESE review. I have scheduled just a Q&A call with DESE to find out just more deeply around what is this going to look like. There is a timeline of things that I have to submit, but I just wanted some clarity before I submit those 2 things. And I guess I'm going to open up for questions around concerns.
Dr. Z, what were the questions about the 2 items? Oh, was that for DESE?
Yes, the questions that I have are for DESE. Yes.
Okay, so Sarah asked I think Sarah would like to ask a question or several.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Z, when I said I asked it to be removed, that simply means so that we have a chance to talk about it.
I know, I just didn't
like removing it from the agenda altogether, not at all. Quite the
No,
opposite.
I'm clear on that part. I was just like,
Yeah.
I don't know what we needed to discuss.
Yeah, just so we can discuss it. So first of all, I also very much appreciate the move to Zoom and the org chart, which both is a lot of work and reflects a lot of work And I'm just really happy to see it after such a long time of uncertainty and structures and responsibilities. And of course, any organization is always, it's fluid and it will certainly change, but I'm very happy to see that. I did want to hear whatever more you can tell us, though, about the DESE review. I didn't realize until you noted that it wasn't, you don't see it as punitive. It didn't occur to me that it might be punitive or worrisome in some respect. So can you say anything about this process? It's new to me, or if DESE's given some indication about their particular concerns.
So,
And also,
mhm.
sorry, I'll just get the last thing out. And what can the school committee expect to hear down the line? Like, will you be updating us, or the process will just happen and then we receive a report or something from DESE? So what'll we see as this unfolds?
So those are like some of my clarifying questions. This is my second year in the district. One of the things that I've researched is that this is something that happens for almost every district. And I can't find our last district review noted anywhere. So that's one thing that I just want to be very clear. That's one. Two, I think by now, every review of anything that comes back, any feedback that we can get on the district only allows us to grow. So I may not see it or view it as punitive, because I think that it would highlight for us whatever gaps or strengths we have, and then we would better be able to fill those gaps and move forward. I'm not sure what, like you said, measures could be taken against. So those are one of my questions when I have the call. The two things that we have to do is we have to identify, I have to identify a second, for example, a liaison other than myself, who's going to work with the team that's going to come in and actually do the review. DESE has a whole criteria of different areas, from governance to instruction. And there's a whole criteria. There is a webinar for myself and whoever we identify as the liaison. It's either I can attend in June or I can attend in August. And that's the kind of give us an overview of the process to tell us, what's going to come from it. But like I did state, I did respond back and ask for just a opportunity to ask some clarifying questions. And so that is scheduled, I think, for the third or fourth week of March. I was able to get on the calendar. So I will definitely provide updates. I think that one of the key things, what I've seen online from other districts, is that there's a full report and overview in the different areas that each district receives. And it talks about what we may have and what we don't have. And so I just need to get clarity as what are the next steps. Would it be that we are now having to improve certain things and fix certain things as a district? And how detailed will that be? What would those timelines look like? So those are some of the questions that I have.
Anybody have anything else to ask about the parts of the superintendent's update? Okay, then for the gifts, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the donors, Martha Olver, Amherst Welding, Lucia Spiro, and Jennifer Shao for their generous contributions to the district. Thank you.
Deb, we do have to vote that.
Oh,
Accept them.
I move that we accept the gifts as presented in the document on board docs. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Andrew. We can just all raise our hands. Great, 5-0. Thank you. So next up is the FY27 budgetary process update.
I think that's us and our team. I think, Shannon, are you going to project, or is it going to be projected in the room? I just need to know so we know what we're doing on terms
I'll
of
project it on our end.
Okay. So I kind of want to start off by clarifying couple of things in terms of why we're calling this the budget process update. As we've established, I think we started with the regional school committee, Pelham has done, but we realized that the Amherst School Committee has not had the opportunity to kind of give us your budget priorities and what are some things that you would like us to critically focus in on. And so what we're looking at in here is we have done the analysis of student needs under the prior FY26 model. There are certain things that we've looked at in terms of the buildings. We looked at our student populations. We had conversations around an analysis of what our special education needs may be. We've talked about in terms of looking at spacing, even within the current new building and their layout, what are we actually able to do? For example, I know I heard a lot of conversation about adaptive specials. We also have to take into consideration, is the building built for that? What are we able to do? But today what we came to present is where we are so far in the process update. And so we're going to go through a general overview, talk about the staffing consolidation plan based on our current enrollment numbers and how that could shift. Some of the things that we were able to look at, whether it was through attrition or not, and then talk about our draft FY27 operating budget and go into questions. Our hope as a district team is that once we've presented where we are currently, we can also, for the upcoming budget hearing and discussions and finalizing of the development, have some guidance from the Amherst School Committee around what are some priorities that you would like us to focus in on. I also want to say we are very early in the process. I think up to today, we received an updated percentage from the town in terms of, so when we were projecting and planning for this consolidation, we were using 1% in our mind. We got an updated public percentage today. So we have to go back and do those additional calculations to determine what we can and we can't shift. And we're in very much a fluid process until the budget is fully adopted. And so it's critical for us to walk through this process together. Next slide. So it's not just myself that'll be speaking, it's a team effort because I don't think my voice is always the voice that needs to be heard all the time. And so we're all on board to chime in, myself, the principals, our directors are all here to talk about what we've done. So our current staffing plan reflects the district's transition from 3 buildings to, I would say, 2.25 buildings, but still running 3 critical programs. And so we're looking at the combination of creation of Amethyst Brook by combining Wildwood and Fort River classrooms. We're looking at the continued operation of Cracker Farm and the relocation of 6th grade. There are critical things that we looked at in terms of our leadership. So in FY26, we had 3 full-time principals, 3 full-time assistant principals. In the FY27 model, it's 2.3 principals and 3 full assistant principals. Next slide. Our current enrollment. So we're looking at our current enrollment numbers. This number does include preschool, and I need to point that out because you'll notice there's a difference when it comes to our numbers. When we talk about the classrooms, you'll see it shifts like by about 70 or so students when we talk about 980 or so students in the upcoming year. So that's without our preschool numbers. So our current enrollment, we are at, with preschool, 27% students with special needs, 10% English learners, and about 6% students of 504s. In our classroom estimates, which is very important, we looked at the fact that, one, we're moving 6th grade into its own building, creates kind of a more coherent staffing model. But in terms of our elementary classrooms, we looked at the projected number of students who are supposed to be in each grade level. And we looked at that and projected out with our ratios, our ideal staff ratios for each one. So for example, kindergarten, we're looking at 88 students right now projected for Amethyst Brook. That's our projection. This may change. We do not want to exceed more than 20 students in our classrooms. Again, this is an estimation, especially for kindergarten, because this is students who are projected to come into the district. When we look at our current kindergartners who are going to be going to first grade, you'll notice that our ratios are like 16 to 1 teacher in both schools, right? You'll see that we're holding steady at that ratio. Very similarly, second grade, you'll see it's going up to 20 per teacher in Amethyst Brook, whereas you'll see in Cracker Farm for second grade, that's a very large cohort where now they have 4 second grade classrooms at 15 students. So that's the one thing we have to take into account. One is that our cohorts, for example, Amethyst Brook, the largest cohort would be grade 4 for the upcoming school year. That's at our 108 students. And we are a public school district. So we can talk about estimates today based on what we have projected in our current enrollment. But note that we cannot turn back students once they enroll in our district. And what I've seen since entering this district is September to October, between September and December, it's a very, very fluid and spiking time, especially when it comes to schools such as it affects mostly Wildwood and Fort River, and we have like Cracker Farm as well. And so one of the key things that we end up seeing is that the projected enrollment often spikes where we are trying to identify and lean into our contingency because individuals move into the district, because we have students' needs have shifted and changed. So this again is our classroom enrollment. I also need to note that we need to finalize we have about 70 students, the established students who we need to place. So I believe the survey closed last week. And so we need to just rerun those numbers to make sure that we adequately place those students where they need to be. So this projection is subject to change. They're accounted for, but they're not accounted for in the correct buildings. Let me just be clear. So the 70 students are accounted for in their school base, the school that they're districted for. However, they may ask to stay in their established school. And so they would have then shift the ratio in terms of where the number or teacher count would be based on where the students asked to go to. Next slide. I'm going to shift it over and give myself a water break, and let's talk about special programs, interventions, special education, preschool. Shannon, you want to take some of this and then I'll come in? And if anyone from the team wants to jump in as well. I don't know if you're talking, Shannon. I see you unmute, but I don't hear you. Okay, if not, I'll go ahead. One of the things we want to talk about when it comes to special programs is that the specialist staff are focused and optimized across schools. So, for example, we can talk about library, tech, art, and PE. There is a critical step that was done. Tanya and the principals can speak to just coming together and scheduling, especially when it comes to specials programs, looking at intervention. So I'm going to shift over to Tanya for a minute. And I can't see.
Thank you, Dr. Z.
You're welcome.
So as we took a look at scheduling our specials, what we noticed was the number of students that we have at Chestnut Street Academy only being 145 was not enough for a full 1.0. So we were looking at how can we share staff, and so looking at sharing through Crocker Farm, whose kids were at 300, unlike Amethyst Brook, which was at 575. And so it's how do we go about making sure that all students were able to get special classes, so tech class, art, music, throughout the programming for their scheduled day. Anything else in particular?
No, I'm going to ask if the principals are on to kind of talk about looking at reading and math interventions, especially with us looking at the fact that there are fewer buildings and the use of our intervention staff. I believe if they're on. I can't see who's on because all I can see is the big screen. So I know, for example, one of the things we looked at was our math coach. So kind of shifting from a building by building, the position is actually called a district math coach. So having that individual serve as a district individual to be able to provide services across multiple buildings. Special education, I think, is a critical conversation piece that we can speak to. Joanne was able to run many of the numbers and work with the principals in terms of being a more consistent community and allowing our expertise and staff to be aligned. Joanne, you want to talk about just what our support needs going to look like for the upcoming school year, especially with Amethyst Brook being where they house all our specialized programs?
Yes, thank you. I apologize, I cannot see others, but I will talk a little bit about the special education teacher non-program reductions that are included here. When we looked at the data in terms of the projections for caseload size, the numbers indicate to us that with the reductions, special ed teachers are still able to work with a caseload of 7 to 8 students, which is actually pretty exemplary in the industry relative to caseload size. And one of the reasons we were able to realize that point was, one, I don't know if you remembered from last year, but there was an indicator that there was room for reduction based upon caseload size at that time. So what we're seeing is there's a continuation of that into this year, as well as with the consolidation. So when you consolidate buildings that had 7 grade levels with trying to have close to 1 special ed teacher per grade level ratio as you could, when you combine into one school and you have more 5th graders in one building, that allows that special education teacher to have contact time with more students at that grade level. So there is a shift in the way that we would think about it. But I think when we talk about how do we meet students' needs, when you're talking about 7 to 8 students on a caseload, that's a very strong special ed teacher support ratio. Beyond being in compliance, we're talking about quality services and support for students. I think in terms of the Chestnut Street, when we looked at and talked about what is the best vehicle or mechanism to support students who are currently in elementary programs, we looked at the variation between the 3 different programs, the intensive needs, the building blocks, and the Ames programming, and the methodology variation. And so when you're talking about so few students going in 6th grade with that level of programming, you would have to either be thinking about very individualized teachers and not really having a programmatic support, but more of a, I think, an overly prescribed intensive support, a one-on-one or a one-on-two, which isn't necessary, nor would I say appropriate to meet the needs. So by combining those students with the middle school program students, it's an opportunity for them, one, to get to know the programs and the teachers, because unless the IEP team decides otherwise, they will now be with them for 3 years. And so when we think about continuity in programming and services, it made the most sense. So when you look at a decrease in the program teacher numbers, I'm just trying to look at which chart you're at. The 40%.
Shannon, go to the next one because we can just talk on the next one. Yeah. Okay,
Thank
right
you.
now. Okay.
So when we talk about Chestnut Street in accessing those teachers, that's where you're seeing that that program teacher time, that 0.4 increase there. I hope that makes sense, but I'm happy to answer questions about that.
Thank you, Joanne, because I did want us to clarify that there's actually an increase in SC program teacher time in terms of the net change. So that's why I asked for this slide to come up committee, because I think the assumption was that there's a decrease, but there's actually an increase in SC program teacher time in the upcoming staffing consolidation. So we did take a critical look at our needs. Elizabeth can speak to preschool. and what we're looking at and some of the DESE guidance that we provided as well. And then Tammy will join in on interventions.
Okay, there's a question for Joanne, I believe.
Okay, can we get through all of this and then hit questions? Deb, is that okay?
I'm trying to think about what makes the most sense. How long do you think the entire presentation is? Dr. Z?
We only have about two or three more slides. So we just need to talk about, explain this one in terms of what we're doing, and then we'll go into the budget and then we'll move forward.
How's that sound? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please continue, Dr. Z and
No
team.
problem. Elizabeth and then Tammy will talk about interventions and Derek will speak to specials.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about preschool quickly or as quickly as possible. I know that there's been some questions around the need for an increase of special education teacher and paraprofessionals in the program. So I just wanted to present some numbers that I hope are helpful, but feel free to let me know if they're not clear. Just as some quick background, I went through and actually counted up name by name individual children to give you some more clear numbers about the changes in the program. So I started in August of 2020, and at that time, there were, by the end of that school year, so the 2020-2021 school year, there were 36 children with IEPs. The following school year, 41, 22 to 23, 45, 23 to 24, 53, 24 to 25, 58. And this year we're on target to end with about 63 to 65 children with IEPs in the preschool program. And so that's, I guess, a little bit over a 75% increase from the time I started in 2020, that end of that school year to now. So next year we're on par to start the school, not end the school year, because as you have probably heard in the many presentations I've done before, it's a rolling admission process in terms of children turning 3 years old and qualifying for special education. We're on par to start the school year with 41 students, which is more children than we ended my first school year on. And so in terms of the classrooms and DESE ratios and regulations, of those 41 students, 38 need a classroom placement based on their special education status and our commitment to meeting DESE regulations. So that's 38. I know it's a lot of numbers and information, but traditionally we've had 40 spots for children with IEPs. So that would leave 2 spaces for children over the course of a school year to be able to join. We went up from about, I think it's 4.8 to go from 4.8. So we have 1 part-time teacher, 4 full-time teachers and 1 part-time, but increasing her to up to full-time, so 5 teachers, that would open up 7 more spaces because she could then have an afternoon classroom. It's still over the course of the year. So over the course of this year, we've added 17 students so far. So just to go back to my original kind of number, that would leave us with, if we were to have a similar situation and starting with 38 children going up to 17, 50, the need for 55 spots. So even with I hope everyone's following me because it's really complicated, but even with having 5 full-time teachers, that leaves us 47 spots. I anticipate if the trend continues needing, more than 55. So if we added another classroom, we could have another AM PM spot. So was that clear, Dr. Z, or was that incredibly confusing?
It was incredibly clear. And I just wanted to say thank you, Elizabeth. I think one of the things that I want the committee to know is that as a team, what we looked at is the importance of early childhood education as a foundation for our core. And we looked at the improvement or solidifying tier 1 instruction. And if we are able to ensure that our preschool program can provide students with what they need, then when they transition into our kindergarten programs and into our schools, we're able to further build upon their knowledge base and support them. And so I'm going to transition to Tammy, who's going to talk a little bit about our interventions. And then we're going to go into Derek for specials, and then Allison is going to wrap us up on the staffing consolidation.
I'm so sorry. Can I say just one more thing? I just want to be clear that, again, because it's been a question in the past, our classrooms have to be run by special ed teachers. That's why we're adding special ed teachers, but also, again, this isn't a if we build it, they will come, the students are here. And if we don't add the sixth classroom, if we don't go up to 6 classrooms and 6 special ed teachers, we won't have a way to have the children attend preschool.
Thank you. Tammy?
So I want to say that the work that Elizabeth does and the preschool teachers do is amazing. Fort River, we keep really good data, and I can tell you that we are getting preschoolers that are coming in with some good math skills, which only helps their trajectory long term. When we talk about intervention, of course, no one wants to see cuts in anything when it comes to our public education. But I think what's going to happen, and what I know will happen, is we've adopted both a math curriculum across all 3 elementary schools and now a reading curriculum across all 3 elementary schools. The data that we get from beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of the year tells us exactly what students need, making it much more prescribed, and in terms of how to completely address the specific skills of students. With that, and with the consolidation of the schools, we'll now have math coaches that can coach into and support our classroom teachers to create a really robust tier 1 and some supports around tier 2 with the math program that we have, and able to progress monitor how kids are doing when it comes to reading. Again, we have a really strong reading program that really looks at how students are making progress or not, and how we can address that. Our reading interventionists will be able to address that immediately, support those students, make specific goals, and work collaboratively with the classroom teachers. And so, with having Amethyst Brook and Crocker Farm, I know that we've got exactly what we need in order to meet the needs of our incoming students.
Thank you, Tammy. Derek?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Do you mind if I just make a couple of
Not at all.
Thank you. So I wanted to first of all just thank all of the people who spoke at the beginning of the meeting, the comments. So Molly and Alex and the various others, because I think their advocacy is really important, and it's important for people like myself who are in leadership roles to hear people's voices. There's a lot of things that bring me joy in the job that I do. One of the things that I really love to do is when we hire people to come to work for our school system. I love integrating new people in, bringing them into your community or family at Crocker Farm, and just making this happen. It's not a lot of joy to be sitting in a room to think about consolidation and reducing numbers. So I say that with as earnest as I can possibly say it. And having said that, part of my responsibility is being a leader or the principal or being part of management, however you want to call it, is to work through some of these processes, get these sort of prelim stats out there and to various people, listen to all the feedback, again, from the Mollys and Alexes of the world who are really strong leaders in our community. And then listen to school committee members, go back to the drawing board a little bit with Dr. Herman and team and look at this stuff, right? So I just want to say that out loud, right? It's fermenting in my head all the time. And in terms of special teachers, look, I think, theoretically at this moment, we're looking at having everyone at the Amethyst Brook School. There'd be a specials teacher for all 5 areas at that school who would remain there throughout the day, and obviously be a really important member of the team in the community there. And I think that's an important piece with the around 550 or so students that are going to be in the building. I think the second part of the plan, excuse me, that some may see as less than ideal, but again, this is part of the work that we have to do. Is that a specials teacher would split some of their time between Crocker Farm School and between working with 6th graders. I think we've spent a bunch of time, myself, Alison, Tammy, and Tanya, and Juan, and sort of started to look at how we can look at these variables in terms of times and sharing people. And we think we can make this work in a very strong way. I know there's some concern around, and Alex was using an interesting term earlier in terms of making us worse. Alex and I go back a long ways, and we can agree to disagree on certain things. Our goal is not to make this worse. Our goal is to continue to do things in as strong a way as possible, within the sort of limitations of what the structure is that's given to us. Our specials teachers, I think, will continue to be important, excellent members of our community. They hold a special place in my heart at Crocker Farm, and we'll help sort of guide through this to make it as best as possible.
Thank you, Derek. Allison is going to bring up the rear, and then we're going to zoom through the budget projections.
Yeah, I don't know how much I can add to the conversation. I do want to emphasize how important hearing from the teachers and the community is, and also to show appreciation for the town for investing in creating a building like Amethyst Brook, which will be healthier and meet the physical needs that are more state of the art. I think we are in a position where our town has done a lot to try to support education in different ways. And now we're at this next juncture where we need to work together to figure out how to meet the needs of children in 2 K-5 buildings with a 6th grade academy. I know that sounds very simplistic, but when you have a structure that the town has invested in, I do think one of the things that we need to do is think about how are we going to make sure that our teachers, our special education teachers, are working with caseloads that are manageable. Our intervention teachers are working with groups that are 3 to 5 students. We're trying to make sure that we are not overwhelming people, but also taking advantage of the fact that we are not spread over 3 K-6 buildings, but in 2 K-5 buildings with a 6th grade academy. And there are some things that we need to explore to talk about with our community. This is not finalized, as Derek says. We are in conversation, and we appreciate the things that the town has done to create a building that is healthier for staff. And I know that we will be able to work together to make that happen.
Thank you, Allison. So I think I started off early by saying that we're early in the process. For example, this is the budget projections, and these are some of the things we took into consideration as we developed the budget. We want to be clear that the staffing decisions are evolving. The last bullet has changed. The 1% not included in the base, we were notified today that, our percentage that we are going to be receiving has changed. So we do have to go back and work these numbers. We've applied the Amherst College funds. We've applied our UMass funds. We've applied our $246,000 of circuit breaker. $750,000 of school choice revenue has been applied. Right now, based on the consolidation model that we've put together, we came up with an estimated savings of $797,000, including fringe. And then we know our biggest waiver was our health insurance. We started off with an 18%. We've now come down to an 8.5%. So we've only increased health insurance by 8.5% this year. So Shannon is going to talk, hopefully everything goes well in this last one, around our operating budget with the consolidation. And our goal is to, again, engage the school committee in conversation so we can have your priorities, and the whole team is here to answer. Shannon?
Yep. So this last slide, I just wanted to, with the consolidation pieces that we've mentioned above, I wanted you to see the full picture of what it would look like and how much further we had to go of a gap to meet. But we do have some more funding. So this has to be updated. So the deficit number would decrease because of that. But the changes that were mentioned on the previous slide are accounted for in here, and the next time we meet, we'll have an updated operating budget draft for you.
So Deb, thank you to you and the committee. I know you were patient. We moved through as much as we can, and so we're available for questions as a team. Shannon, you could stop presenting so we could see who else up here.
Okay, so I think the way I'd like to do this is take questions by topic. Do we have questions for the building principals first? Building principals first, or what topics? The way I see it broken out is the building principals as well as central office folks, but that's just what springs to mind. Are there other topics that people would like to discuss?
So can I chime in, Deb, and say that we work very cohesively as a team. So even if there's a central office question, the building principal, like we've built our team in a way where it's very hard to differentiate between central office and principals when we do this work. So we're all here to answer.
Okay, so then that doesn't matter by person. What topics is the committee interested in discussing? Laura Jane, what do you have? Or can they be categorized that way? Maybe that's not. I got a nod from Bridget and what are you doing from some other people? Bridget?
Well,
I can't hear Bridget.
sorry. So when it came, like when we weren't taking questions by individual who spoke, because there were like 4 presentations in one, y'all amazing, but also like so many questions. So I have questions for Joanne, for Elizabeth, for Tanya, and for Shannon / Dr. Z. I guess those areas would be special ed, preschool. Tanya, I looked at as academic. The principals might chime in there. And then for Dr. Z and Shannon, I had questions about 6th grade.
Okay, so 6th grade, special education, academic questions, preschool, and there was more. Bridget,
No,
that's it?
that was it.
Okay, Sarah, any topics that you want?
Can you just have a miscellany?
Sure, and a miscellaneous budget, just overall budget. Andrew? Okay, and the physical space. Let's take it from the top. Joanne or Bridget, what questions do you have for? Why don't you start off with just the special education questions you have?
Yeah, sure. So I think it's really 2 questions. The first one was about the 3 co-teachers, and I just wondered, are we still using a co-teaching model? I can remember when the co-teaching model was brought in and how highly it was thought of, and I know that we moved to it at Fort River in some more challenging classrooms this year, and so I was wondering about that. And then my second question was about the 6th grade. At a previous meeting, you had said that if the 6th grade was going to share with the 7th and 8th grade, that building blocks and aims, that those programs would be looking at more like a 1:15 ratio. And then earlier you mentioned like best practice, and I think maybe even the regulation is 1:8 for that age group. So I wondered what's the final ratio we're going to end up with that 0.4 addition for building blocks and aims.
Yeah. Thanks, Bridget. I'm going to try to, in a minute, pull up the numbers that I referenced in the other conversation. But I do want to just first talk about the co-teaching. Certainly, Allison, Tammy, and Derek can talk about co-teaching in their buildings. Co-teaching does still occur and will occur next year. I think one of the pieces that helps drive a co-teaching model is really about the number of students who would benefit from that model. And so when the IEP teams develop services, what the schools look at is the number of students who have what we call a C-grid or a pull-out service. So this staffing model would not preclude or prevent co-teaching, but the decisions of where to do that will be based upon students' needs and IEPs. Does that answer that for you, Bridget, or do you need more?
Sorry, green button. That pretty much answers it for me. Just quick follow-up, like how many total co-teachers do we have now, and how many do you anticipate then with these 3 cuts?
I'm going to ask Allison, Tammy, and Derek what the existing is. And I think in terms of what we're anticipating will actually be driven by the model and the student needs in the new combinations. I don't think we have that today, but I'll defer to Allison, Tammy, and Derek.
I can speak to Wildwood because we have done our best to maintain a co-teaching model when possible. The right now we have the 6 special education teachers, and there are roughly 5 co-teaching models being followed. And the reason why we had to shift in one of those grades is because of just the number of students who, like Joanne said, needed a pull-out model versus a B grid service, and how that worked out over the course, because it's 7 grades we service, remember? It's not 6 grades. So that's one of the things that impacted that need. But we do understand the strength of a co-teaching model, if possible. We also know that it can be difficult to make sure that happens depending on what we call in special education the grid, which designates whether a student needs to learn in a separate setting than the classroom.
I also wanted to chime in. I think that we can't forget that our ELL teachers also provide a co-teaching model as well, along with our special education teachers. I think that it's really easy for us to just consider special education, but special education teachers as a co-teacher, but it can look and be defined in the ways that really meet the needs of students. This year we've had 6 special education teachers, and simultaneously lots of kids with pull out. And so we had to define times, right, by either grade level or by subject area where we could provide some co-teaching. And sometimes it was the special education working really closely and collaboratively with a grade level team to make sure accommodations were being provided, and then also coming in and co-planning and then implementing lessons and with the grade level teachers. So I think, again, we really have to have a broader view of what co-teaching can look like and who can be part of that co-teaching model.
So I just want to clarify. So what I'm hearing is that some of the students, like the needs were higher and they needed more like small group settings or pull out or that type of thing. So you are reducing co-teaching, and then those students are receiving similar things but in a different setting. Is that a fair description of what you said?
So yes, so I think what the team is trying to say is based on the student need identified in the IEP, there are students who would require pull out versus push in, which means that they need to be removed from the setting to receive the services that they need. And that when we look at those numbers, Allison described the fact that at Wildwood, maybe 5 of the 6 are co-teaching, where there's actually 2 teachers in the classroom, with the 6 based on the students' needs that didn't need to occur. And that's what Joanne is saying in terms of what it looks like across the district. And it's really good to hear from all 3 principals, because again, the populations that each school serves is so very different. So what the models look like based on those student needs is what we would have to be planning for in the upcoming school year.
Can I ask for some definitions here? Pull in, push out, B grid, co-teaching.
I'll hand it over to Joanne.
Yeah, thank you, Deb. So pull in, push out. So that's, and we must remember in our field that we often use that lingo, so I apologize. So when we talk about, when we talk about an IEP includes what's called the service delivery grid. A service delivery grid has 3 sections. There's the top section that is consultative services. There's the middle section, or we call it B grid, or we call it push-in. Those are services that are provided in a general ed setting with neurotypical peers. And then we have the C grid, or the pull-out, and that's where it's a concentrated group, small group, individual work with students with IEPs and goals. Does that help, Deb?
It does. Can you tell me again what the first part is?
The first part, consultation. So yeah, so where it'll identify the level of consult services that a BCBA need to provide to the team, or a psychologist or a counselor or special ed teacher. In some cases, it's our transition specialist providing consultation. So it's a mix. It could be any of our service providers providing consultation. And consultation can occur with the professional teaching staff. It can occur general ed, special ed, paraeducators, sometimes parents, sometimes connecting with outside service providers or agencies.
And can you do the same thing for the B grid and C grid in terms of the staffing?
So in terms of the B grid, that is where a student is in a general ed setting. It could be a mix from a math class, an English class, PE class, whatnot. The staffing is determined by the team, whether it's a special ed teacher in that class and or a paraeducator. There are instances where the special ed teacher is needed for certain aspects, and then a paraeducator is appropriate to provide the support and the implementation of what's outlined by the special ed teacher. And that B grid service could be push-in services or B grid from any of the related service providers, including the special ed teachers or paras. So OT, PT, speech and language.
And that's the C grid, the OTPT.
No, the OTPT can take place in the B grid.
Okay.
It all depends on what is going to be a service model that meets the students' needs. And our charge and our belief system is we want to provide services in the B grid as much as possible, because there's our belief system and inclusion suggest, and certainly the state, that that's where we would try to target first. But there are some students, based upon their profile, their unique needs, and what will work best for them, then those services would come out of the general ed classroom.
And then C grid?
That's the pullout, and so that's the C grid. So that's when, instead of being in class, participating in reading in class, a student may be getting intensive reading services outside of the classroom in the C grid.
Thank you.
Yep.
Back to Bridget. Sorry.
I just had that last piece about what the ratio would be in Ames and Building brought now with that addition of the 0.4. It's 6th grade academy.
Yeah, thank you. I was able to quickly pull up the numbers. I just want folks to keep in mind that students and their needs are not stagnant, and that so this is where we're at this moment in time. And I was thinking about, and Bridget, you had mentioned it in a prior school committee meeting about the ratio. And I think the number, unless I'm misunderstanding it or you have a different reference source for me, that the ratio you're speaking to is actually a group size or staffing ratio, and that would be one teacher to X number of students. When we look at kids in district programs, more often than not, they have additional paraeducator support. So you would factor them in the equation. It's not an exclusive teacher, just one teacher to X number of students. It's one teacher to X number of students and paraeducators, and that's the grouping requirement through DESE. I'm happy to give you back the numbers, but I think you already saw the source online.
Yeah, I'll just send you what I had, because I feel like it may have said certified teacher, but honestly, I looked at that a few weeks ago now and my mind is full.
Yeah, so the other thing, Bridget, I would say is actually DESE looks at that when we undergo our coordinated program reviews. And so we're required to report that data specifically for any of our C grid classes. And so we have shared that with them. And if we don't meet that ratio, we have to submit what's called a waiver to get their approval. But one of the things to keep in mind when DESE thinks about that ratio, it's in a particular group, instructional group at that time. It's not by the students in that program are assigned to one teacher. And they call it instructional grouping. I'm happy to connect with you further, for sure.
Yeah, let's do that, because I think we're talking about the same thing and I just love to understand it. Thanks.
But I would love to give you the anticipated numbers right now. Laura, I saw your hand up. Is it okay if I just finished that part? Okay. In terms of the intensive needs program, right now our projections that would have 6th, 7th. Do you want just how many kids by the 6th grade, or do you want how many in the total program are projected right now?
Total for the programs that will be combined.
Okay. And so right now for grades 6, 7, 8, we're looking at anywhere from 9 to 11 students in the intensive needs program. That program will have one special ed intensive needs teacher and a 0.5 BCBA. On top of in that particular program, those students require individual support for the most part as well. In terms of our therapeutic program at the middle school, at the elementary, called it Building Blocks, but at the middle school, it's called the Student Support Program, or SSP. Right now, I'd have to double check with the team. Right now, we're only looking at 2 students coming up. And so the number of that total program will be actually low. Right now, I'm thinking it's about 5 combined for all 3 grade levels. And I think the one that we talked about was the Ames program. And right now, again, numbers are not static because we're constantly reassessing and evaluating the needs of students. But right now, the program is slated for anywhere from 11 to 13 students in the Ames program. And again, that includes 1 special ed teacher. The program tends to work closely with a counselor and the para support. Yeah, so I hope that's helpful information for you. But Bridget, yeah, definitely if we could connect about the instructional group size, because I want to make sure we all have the same information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Myself
I
included.
do feel better hearing your description. So thank you.
Sure.
Laura G.
Thank you for that presentation, and I appreciate all of you being here to talk to us tonight. I do have some broad questions, and I was trying to do what Deb asked and put them into categories, but it's not necessarily working so well for my brain. So I guess my kind of underlying question to all of this is, as this budget was being developed and as these cuts were being planned, it sounds like 2 different things were happening at the same time, and I would love to understand if that's true. One of them was based on estimated numbers of students in each school, in each category. This is the number of educators we need. And then the other thing is based on the fact that we're dealing with a skeleton budget that we are going to be cutting, or I love Esther's plan, but other than that, assuming town council doesn't give us every dollar that we deserve or need, are we operating from this model as a deficit model because of the deficit, or are we doing it because we think this actually fully meets the needs for everyone? Like, does that question make sense? Because what I'm hearing is, and what I heard from the public comment, and what I actually am very concerned about is not having enough specialist teachers, especially in Amethyst Brook. I'm very concerned about travel time for anyone who's splitting their time between one school and another, because that is taking away instructional time and prep time. I'm concerned about the lack of paras in our district, so we can pretend that we're fine, but we're not, and we need to hire more paras who are given an opportunity for a ladder to training and higher like professionalism, and that, you know what I mean, like staff development is what I'm talking about. And so I'm not feeling confident that this plan, it feels to me like this plan was put together with 2 different purposes, and I don't think that plans work that way. So I guess I would love to hear, I don't know, Joanne, maybe you first, because talking about special education, I don't know.
I'll start off. I'll start off with the overarching process. So good question, because I like for us to clarify where we came from and what our intent was. So when we started this process as a district team, we started off with, this is the current model. This is who currently sits in these classroom positions. This is all the teachers that we currently have. And we looked at how many students are we projected to serve in the upcoming school year. We said, where are these individuals and where are these children going to be? What are we making sure that we need to do to serve? Because we had the conversation around, what are we required to do versus not required to do? But really, honestly and truly, who are we serving in the upcoming school year? And we looked at that data. We looked at how many students are projected to be at Amethyst Brook. We looked at how many students are projected to be at Cracker Farm. We looked at how many students are projected to be at the sixth grade academy. We looked at the current positions in terms of how many paraeducators are in each one of our buildings for this school year versus, and we laid it out. So we actually leveled out our district first in terms of who would go where and what would need to be done. After that, what we ended up doing was then coming in with the fiscal lens. So we started with a programmatic lens to answer your question, Laura Jean. We started with a programmatic lens of who do we have, what are we projecting for, what do we need? We looked at our ratios, we looked at our students' services, and that's where it became a little more in depth afterwards, where the conversation was, well, what are our have tos? Like, who do we definitely have to support? The team took a deeper dive. Joanne led that conversation around what are our students' needs outlined in SE. And she can talk about calculating grid services down to the minutes, down to specifically how many students would need this number of SLP versus this number of minutes of OT. We did have to bring in the fiscal lens, but it didn't drive the conversation. It really came to the point where we let the students' needs drive the conversation. And then the fiscal lens came in terms of where do we need to look at what doesn't match our priorities in terms of meeting student needs, student focus. In terms of your conversation about travel time and layout, I believe that the team, I didn't lead that conversation, but I'm sure the principals could talk about it, took into consideration travel time in terms of scheduling, because the conversation didn't happen outside of what would the schedules look like. So they had to take into consideration what would the schedule be for Cracker Farm versus for the sixth grade, and sit down and say, well, we can do this, we can't do this, we can do this, we can't do this. And those were the conversations that were relayed to me. I'll stop talking and I'll let Joanne and probably Tanya and the principal speak to it. But that's really, I want to be clear that it's not just separate and apart. We did this as a cohesive process.
Joanne, before you speak, I just wanted to respond to the issue of travel. So I understand that, yes, it is a feasible plan. It doesn't make it a good plan. And so I really don't, I mean, I personally cannot support a plan that spreads teachers across different schools, even if, like, if it's the middle school to the high school, that's one thing, right? That's like a 5-second walk if you walk quickly. Maybe it's 10 seconds. But
it is not 10 seconds.
Yeah, I know. It's like 5 minutes. And that's right next door. I mean, this is a recipe for burnout. It's a recipe for the day that person gets into a car accident. That's, there's no sub lined up. I mean, it doesn't, to me, it seems like I won't belabor the point. I'm just going to say, I don't think it's a good idea, despite the logistical elements that might be feasible, if that makes sense.
So I would like to say that then put that down as a district priority, as a school committee priority, right? Because that's where we are at. We've halted our process to where we are in terms of the consolidation. And like we started off saying, that the school committee needs to present us what their priorities are, so that when we're going back to finalize to come back, we can make this work. We already have these models. It works for instrumentals. They do this, like the instrumental teachers move throughout the district. So it's not just something new. It's something that's actually already in place. But if it's not a school committee priority, let us know.
Thank you. Anything else for special, or you don't have to stick. You can go whichever way you want. I just thought it'd be less fragmented conversation. That's all.
Could I just quickly add, Deb, just to Laura, just so that's not left out there? So one of the things we know in the realm of special ed, that itinerant staff is actually a fairly common practice in the industry. Elizabeth certainly, in her prior work as a psychologist, can speak to that directly. And so when we look at our projections, we actually do factor the staff who will travel the most are already those that travel the most already, which is physical therapists, because there's fewer students and services, but you still have to be able to get to the buildings, have time to transition, get yourself settled, etc. So those are factors that are considered. I think the formula that we use is actually allows for that time as well. And when we did the projections, it's not a perfect science, Laura, for sure. But I think in terms of the reasonable aspect to that group of staff, I think there will be some aspects that we can anticipate and others that we'll have to revisit. But one of the things I just wanted to kind of say my last part on is you had mentioned the paraeducator staffing, and I understand that's not in this, but I wanted to share with you the numbers. And what you will see, special ed paraeducators are not listed as a potential reduction at this point. And I don't know if people recognize or understand the number of paraeducators we have at Amherst. I just added up between preschool, the district programs, and the non-programs. We have just a little under 83 paraeducators. That's a fairly substantive number that I would say, I saw Sarah's eyes, I would say that sometimes is a response, but I think that really reflects the commitment of the district and the community and the town to say we're not going to compromise on student needs. And so I don't know if that's helpful to hear that number, Laura, but I do think it really reflects our commitment.
Joanne, did you say which districts? Did you include the region in that, or is that just Amherst schools?
That's just Amherst pre-K through 6.
Thank you.
But how many would be the ideal number? Like, how many would be the number that would meet the needs of every student who needs a one-on-one, or every classroom that needs multiple paras, and paying them a living wage?
I would say 83. I would say that is where we're at. That's what's prescribed. I would actually say there is some place where we need to look at improved efficiencies. If you are a classroom teacher and you might have a few students in there who require para support, there might seem like there are more people in there. And so it's an ultimate commitment of all of ours is to say, where do we find the efficiency? But I would say 83 is the need. Dr. Herman knows this. If
I was
there's,
just gonna.
I'm knocking on the door and Shannon's door. And certainly, I think, Allison, Tammy, and Derek can speak to it's a collaborative conversation and a push to meet the needs. It's not a perfect science, but I think we do really well.
I would say, I would add and say, Laura Jean, I think prior to your coming on the committee, we had expressed to the Amherst School Committee, one of the ways that we pushed up against our budget early on is because we had students who entered the district who had a critical need, and we quickly had to lean up against our contingency to bring in and hire staff, paraeducators to support. So one of the things I would say is that if the need is present, we have done what we've needed to do to ensure that we meet the students' needs. And so if 83 is a number that we currently have, then 83 is a number that we currently have. And that's the ideal. If we need more next school year, then we'll have to adjust.
So when we're thinking about the priorities, I'm going to add that I would love to hear the voices of teachers and how their experience of the classrooms in all of the elementary schools is.
So, Sarah?
Sorry.
So I want to shift.
Do you mind if I
gears.
say something before Sarah says something? Sorry, you guys. I apologize, Sarah. Sorry, I've been holding on to a lot for a while. So I just wanted to say two quick things. Maybe not two quick things, but I'll say it quick as I can. So one, I think I get a little, I feel like a little pause in this because I get a little bit nervous when we start talking about ratios and fractions and 0.5s and 14 point this and point that. We're talking about individual kids every single second of the day, right? So when I'm working on this project that I've been asked to work on, I'm thinking about every single kid in my building and the different ways that they need to be helped and supported. So I want us to just remember that behind all of these fractions that we're talking about are, and I know you all know this, right? I'm just saying this out loud because it makes me feel better and remember about what we're doing. We're actually thinking about faces and names and situations and all those other things, right? So I think that's just one thing. The second thing I just want to say is go back to the co-teaching piece, and I'm just trying to be realistic here, right? So if you can have less special education teachers, there will be less co-teaching. Now we can argue this back and forth, even with members of my team here or whatever it may be. And this is part of the whole thing about priorities that you all need to be helping us set, right? If we've got 7, and I've got 5 right now at Crocker Farm. I never chimed in earlier to say that we get 1 cut earlier in the year, but we're at 5 right now. But if we were at 7, we'd be like, oh, there's 7 grades, 7 co-teachers, we can do all that kind of stuff. We don't, we have 5, and maybe we might have less next year. The whole idea of co-teaching is not just about like, oh, is someone in a class working with someone every day? Our teachers, co-teaching is not an easy thing. Our teachers need lots of time to plan and consult and work together so that they can make it work for all of the kids in the school. So I'm being honest with you, if we do start to think about consolidation with numbers, our responsibility is going back to Lord Jane's comment there, is to continue to work with our teachers and sort of consult in our management group here. How are we going to continue to provide people with the time and the space to be able to plan and support for all of the kids that we want them to plan and support for? So is this optimal when we're asking? I think it was Laura Jane was saying ideal situation. No, but that's our responsibility, is to go back and try and make that happen as in the best way as possible. If you all want us to do as much more co-teaching as possible, then we need to hear that, and then we need to try and help figure that out. Anyway, thank you.
So I'm just going to jump here in and say that this is the part of the agenda where we have everybody in the room, and I'm going to give it the time it needs. Some of the other agenda items we're going to be able to revisit more. They are less time sensitive to get to a certain point. They're certainly important to start the conversation, to continue the conversation with. But we now have everybody here in the room and on the screen, and so let's keep going with this. Sarah?
Thanks. So before I ask my questions of our administrators and leaders, I just want to say to the committee, I think that after we're done with our questions, we are going to have a discussion, and I am going to type people's priorities. All right, so we will collect them together. We don't expect our administrators to take notes on these things. I'll do that for us. Okay, so shifting gears a bit, I have some questions about the budgeting and the staff consolidation for Chestnut Academy. So,
Hey, hang on a sec. I just want to make sure that Andrew doesn't have any questions about special education, because I do.
Oh.
No? Okay.
May I
Do
continue?
you mind if I jump in? Because I would like to do it by topic. Okay. A sec to change gears here. Does Chestnut Street Academy, does the, so the specialized programs, they're supposed to be a 48-month age span for those programs. Do we have a waiver to, or whatever is necessary through DESE to allow that age span to take place? So we're talking about 3 grades instead of 2 now.
Yeah, Deb, if you don't mind, I can answer that. So that
Please.
age span waiver is 48 months, which is 4 years. And so when you're looking at a 3 grade level, 6, 7, 8, the likelihood that you're going to have any grouping that is over 48 months is more likely at an elementary than it is at Chestnut Street and the middle school. One of the things, much as the instructional group size, is that's also something that we monitor and that DESE monitors as well. There have been instances where we've had to submit waivers with a justification as to why, but that would not be anticipated, but we would look at it. It really would have to do if somebody has an unusual birth date that would go outside of the 48 months. The other aspect about that waiver is, again, goes back to the instructional group. So you might have students in a program space, much like when we think of building blocks, aims, and ILC. But if they're not in the same instructional group where they're receiving and working on a focused subject area or service together, then that's not considered an instructional group. Does that make sense, Deb?
You lost me on that last part.
I would just say it's not, the brief answer, sorry, I can be verbose. The brief answer is just that that would not be an issue relative to Chestnut Street and the middle school programs.
Because the middle school program is self-contained and the high school program is self-contained, they don't, I guess, share students is the question. The way that the Chestnut Street students are going to be in the same classrooms with the 7th and 8th graders, is there a similar arrangement with 7th and 8th graders going over to the high school, or is those two buildings entirely separate for those programs?
Thanks. It's a great question. They're two buildings entirely separate.
Yeah, thanks. And sorry, I did the math wrong. What about the K through 5 then? That is a larger age span. Is that, and that's where you were getting at the instructional groups, is that correct?
That's correct. And that's where, you know, we look to the staff and who's in instructional groups. And then we look at what's the oldest student and the youngest student in a group and see if it exceeds the 48 months. And then there's a particular form and process we go through for DESE. Is that okay, Deb, or did you need more?
No, that's great. I came across something in a DESE part of the elementary school building packet in one of them that I'll have to go back and look at, but I can do that offline. I think I'm good now. Sarah?
So Chestnut Street. On the page of the presentation entitled Budget Projections, and various sources of revenue being applied or estimates up, down, or whatever, I don't see there the any allowance for the rent that Amherst will pay to the region for Chestnut Street Academy. And I don't see the estimate, which we've seen in the draft regional budget, of what Amherst will pay the region for shared staff. So I wonder if you have those numbers or estimates, or where in the end those will appear in the expense accounts on the next page in the cost centers. Where are we going to see the various charges for having the 6th graders at Chestnut Street?
Sure. I can jump in and Shannon can support. So we identified an alternate funding source outside of the operating for the rent that would not affect our operating. So that again goes back to our opportunity to creatively budget. I think what we outlined in having to do is the town had appropriated funding for the 6th grade in the middle school, and we can apply some of that to the rent, so it doesn't affect our operating as is.
Sorry, the capital funds they've allowed?
No, Shannon,
No, Sarah, I saw recently came across that budget authorization order. It's not entirely capital. I think 100,000 is capital and 350 is not.
Shannon, did you have anything to add to that? But in any case, that money will run out pretty soon.
Yeah, so I wanted to chime in about the 6th grade shared staff. So what is not on here, it's not broken out by the adds to staff versus the decreases to staff, but the total net between the both of what's presented on the slide with the overall staffing consolidation equals to a total reduction of 797, including the adds of the 6th grade are calculated in that already. So the reduction actually would have been like if we separated that as two numbers, then I could have shown like this is the add, this is the reductions, but the net between the two is the 797.
Okay, so in the staffing plan, there was one in the superintendent's update, and then there's another one sort of, well, the one in this budget presentation, the overall staffing consolidation. Yeah. So both of those include the middle school staff that Amherst will be paying for the 6th grade? Those
Yes, that's
fractional
correct.
people? Okay, okay. Then I have 2 questions, maybe miscellany, but
Keep it,
I don't know.
keep it going.
Maybe others have 6th grade questions, so do you want to stay on?
Does anybody else have, anybody else have 6th grade questions? Chestnut Street. Yeah.
Thanks, sorry, so many notes. So the regional budget shows 0.48 or like 0.4 something that's close to 5 as savings made through moving the 6th grade academy into the building, but I'm not sure where I'm seeing that in these numbers here. And so I was curious about that part.
You won't see that exact number in the consolidated staffing sheet. It's fractional FTEs. So like if just for instance, if we were to split, I'm just trying to think of one off of the top of my head.
World language.
Yeah, that or an easier one is the librarian. Like 0.2 of the librarian is going to be charged to the to Amherst, and the 0.8 stays at region. So it's fractional FTEs. It's not full 1.0 FTEs. So that 4.76, or I don't remember the number, is a total of all of the fractional FTEs.
Can I ask then how many total classes there are in 7th and 8th grade? Because we know now we're comparing it to 6th grade classes. I'd just like to do the math on that one.
You mean how many 7th and 8th grade classes we currently have?
Well, if you have 20% of the librarian at Chestnut Street, then you have 80% of the librarian at the other in 7th and 8th grade, correct?
Right, and we did that based on the population size, not specifically classes. Looking at the fact that the middle school would have the larger population, and the librarian would be serving that larger population more of the time in terms of the small groups and the classes. So Chestnut Street has 145 students projected versus the 300 plus. I don't have the exact number in front of me. Students who are in the middle school, 7th and 8th grade.
Okay, so 312 in 7th and 8th?
I wouldn't say 12. I said 300 plus. I can get you the exact number if you give me a couple
That'd
minutes.
be great. Thank you.
Okay.
And it's not 0.2 even across the board. It varies based on, like, we did calculations based on the time per that would be spent with the 6th grade. That's not equal across the board. So I wouldn't just use that as the full example for everything.
That's good to know. Thank you.
And I do have another question if there are no more 6th grade questions. All right. I have long wondered something about Cominantes, and no one has mentioned that program yet today. And I know it's people love it. It's also created some challenges at Fort River. But what I want to know, just because it's information, is there a net, now that we don't have grants anymore for the program, is there a net cost to the district for running Cominantes? That is, does it take extra teachers above, extra educators or whoever, above what the number of educators we would have in the absence of the Cominantes program? I'm not going after Cominantes. I just wonder. I'd like to know what that cost. We've heard a lot of the benefits. I would like to know that cost if it's available.
Sure. I want to answer Deb's. Deb, our current enrollment in the regional high school is regional middle school, is 378 students. So that's our current this year enrollment. We're trending around the same amount for next year. So just so you answer that. I'm going to say when it comes to running any program in a district, there is a cost. And so whenever we have to, if it's outside of what we, in terms of the basic educational program that we have to provide, yes, there is a cost to the caminantes. Shannon, you want to expand on that? And so if we had to break it down in terms of making sure that we have teachers who have the endorsements, making sure that we have the English as well as the Spanish teachers, and then the percentages change year over year. There is a cost to running the program, specifically that would be above what we would have to provide to every student in the district.
But you can't, there's no estimate of what that might be.
I think that we started to pull what that might be. We haven't finalized what that is, Shannon, unless you were able to get those numbers.
No, so I mean, those students need to be taught regardless. So a teacher needs to be there, but what is, I put this in quotation, additionally specific to Comandantes that we wouldn't need if those students were already being taught by, not within Comandantes. I got your email about that, and I was following up with Tammy and Celia, and we have not connected on the phone yet. So I hope to have that back to you soon.
Thanks. And can I ask my final question? Small question.
Go for it.
So the families who have the opportunity to choose to keep their children in their, I forget what you said, their original school.
Established students, yes.
Established students.
Mm-hmm.
I assume there's a deadline and that you need that in order to, finish a lot of the budgeting. So is there a deadline, and when is it?
Yes, there is. I believe the deadline has passed. I see my principal shaking their head. I don't know. I need to make sure.
The deadline was the 16th. Who's asked the question, Sarah? I think we're just waiting for possibly around 12 to 14 responses out of the 70 plus, and I think our goal is to have across the 3 schools to have responses from that last dozen or so families as we go through this week. We should have clarity by Friday.
Yeah. We know who the families are, so we're able to reach out and contact them. One of the things we found when we pulled some of the data were we found some errors in our Power School poll. So we were able to address that directly with parents who needed it. And then the principals, as well as the district team, have been monitoring who's responded. So they know specifically who we're still waiting on. And so we're able to finalize that shortly.
How does transportation work for established students? Has that been decided yet?
As with anything else, we did put the caveat in that transportation may be something that the parents would have to take into consideration. We looked at whether that would be to the nearest bus stop to where they live, because one of the key things that we know that we have to provide is transportation to the school that they're districted to. So once we get deeper into the budgeting process, we're able to better clarify, but we did put on that letter as well as the information that transportation is something that they may have to provide.
So in that letter, Dr. Z, does it give them the option of differentiating whether or not they would stay based on what the transportation arrangements were?
It did not, but I did have some individuals reach out and express their concerns.
Okay, so my ask would be then to reach out to all of them just to verify that not just the ones who squeaked, but the ones who were squeakless. If that was an important part of their decision making, that you could clarify that, please.
I think what we had intended to do was to see, and what we can do is, for example, if someone said no, they don't want to stay as an established student, reach out to that individual versus reaching out to all 70, because many of them, I think right now, have said yes. So we're looking at, I think we would be able to zone in on the ones who said no and ask them that question. That we could probably do instead of calling all 17.
Yeah, sorry, just to add in, I think about 90+% of the people who have completed the survey, and again, it were just a short number that we're missing. 90+% of the people have indicated that they would prefer to stay within the previous established boundary. There's a very small number of people who've requested to go to the new boundary.
Thank you. Any other questions about sixth grade, Chestnut Street? Got one from Laura.
Somewhere in one of the reports I read, it's now a little bit of a blur from how much I read. It said that the layout was done. That was, but I don't think we've seen the layout yet.
Is that a budget question, Laura Jane?
It's not really a budget question.
Okay. So let's save that for there is a sixth grade update. Thanks. That would make sense. Preschool is a little, I'm going to just lead off on that because it's a very simple question. I hope. I'm always trying to get a handle on how many preschool students there are, not because I think there's a reason to say, to divide out and say we have enough or we don't have enough. I'm just trying to reconcile the numbers that I hear versus what I see online, and that just helps me frame the preschool narrative. So could you give me some insight into how many, I mean, last time I asked Elizabeth, I think it was there are 70 students, but many students don't actually attend classes but receive services. So that helped. Could you help me out here and understand the demands on the needs of the students, the number of students that need classroom spaces versus the number of students that I might see listed in documents for the preschool?
Sure. It is complicated. I'm not sure what numbers you're seeing online, but I can tell you it's just some specifics that might be helpful. And I'll also say that I think that the very most helpful thing, if you're able, would be to come visit, and I could show you around and show you the classrooms and the sort of setup of each classroom and how it looks and works. As of today, I believe, and Derek's always looking, and I'm always shocked he remembers these things. I think there were
85.
85 children. I can't believe you knew that. Enrolled in preschool. So some of those children have IEPs and some do not, as you know. I want to talk about, I think this is the most helpful thing to talk about what each classroom is. So we have a preschool 1 classroom, which is a substantially separate classroom. And that classroom has children who need a small, quieter, more intensive teaching, individualized support. We say that classroom is most successful when we keep it at about 5 children. Again, these are children who have like a lot of intensive sensory needs, et cetera. Right now it has 6 children in it. When you move to the classroom next door as you're walking down the hallway, and I'm going to go with our traditional model I first talked about, that classroom right now has 15 children in it, 7 children with IEPs and 8 children without IEPs. If you move to the classroom next, and that classroom is a morning classroom, we traditionally haven't had afternoon because that teacher's part-time. Move down the hall 1 more room, there are 15 children in that room. Now, 7 children are IEP spots. There are 3 other children in that room right now who have IEPs, and I'm going to come back to that because there's a DESE mandate around that, and I'll explain why. It has 15 children, 7 with IEP spots, 8 without. 3 also have IEPs right now, and the without, and I'm going to explain that. It's very complicated. The next classroom, you move down the hall, it has 15 kids in the morning, it'll have 15 in the afternoon. 7 with IEPs in the morning, 7 with IEPs in the afternoon. And then if you go to our last classroom, it has 15 children who come in the morning, The reason that 7 with IEPs, 8 without, the reason it doesn't have an afternoon spot, a classroom, is because that teacher, we're also mandated to perform evaluations, special education eligibility and reevaluations by law. And that classroom teacher is constantly, I think she has 8 children she's evaluating right now in the process somewhere. So it's a lot of work. She spends all of her afternoons doing that. So when I say that we have, I think I gave you some numbers by the end of, at the start of next year, I'll have 41 students anticipated with IEPs, 38 need a classroom. What that means is that there are 38 children who have enough of, and I also want to be sensitive about how I describe this because they're amazing, awesome children, but they have enough of a profile of complex needs that they need to be in a preschool classroom to learn things like social skills, cognitive, academic skills, adaptive life skills, self-care skills, those sorts of things. Or they have maybe a complicated therapy mix of they need speech and language, teacher of the deaf services, occupational therapy, physical therapy. They need to be at school to get all that. Their parents can't just be bringing them in and out. So that's what I mean when I say they need a classroom. One other thing that has changed is that DESE, there used to be a bit of a loophole that schools, would have a child who maybe just had some articulation on an IEP. They didn't need a classroom, but their parents wanted them to come to our preschool as a peer. So they didn't get a classroom on their IEP, but the parent has the right to apply as a peer. So they would get a spot as a peer, and they wouldn't take up an IEP spot, even though they had an IEP for some small needs, maybe some physical needs, some articulation needs. DESE has now said if a child gets a spot as a peer, you have to give them a spot. It's a public school. You can't say, oh, no, but you have an IEP, and they have to take up an IEP spot. I'm telling all these caveats because it's incredibly complicated.
Sounds it.
And I think the most simple way would be for anyone who wants to come, for me to walk you around. I can show you that way in a more confidential setting. Things like, how class lists are made. Obviously, I can't tell individual students' needs, but it would help with that. I don't know what numbers when you say seeing online. I do wonder if there is different ways that we code kids. So some children, as you know, who have IEPs, they're getting services in their community, or their parents are bringing them in for services. That gets coded differently in Power School. And maybe when SIMS data is run, and it's only run so often, it comes up with different numbers for you. Other thing is that I'm adding new students every day. And so that might not be coming up on the numbers you see. Does that help in any way, even though it's very complex?
Actually, it helped with it really makes sense to talk about classrooms. That's all. That was great. And I appreciate your commitment to understanding the very complicated ways in which this needs to be parsed out. But I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Come on in anytime. I think it'll help too.
Thank you. Preschool questions.
Deb asked my question, but I was just going to preface it with saying that I think that, that the decision to expand, it sounds like it's not even a decision that you made out of any reason except having to, but also it just makes so much sense to be investing at that point because the outcomes that we see from investing in preschool are so strong. So I just, I like that part of the budget, and it's nice to like a part of the budget discussion. So I'm just bringing that up here for the joy of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand something. We have not been presented with the draft budget. We have a update of revenue, and which itself then has to be updated because Amherst has changed its number, and we have an estimated shortfall. There's no plan yet for closing that gap, advocacy aside. Right? So the administration, they're going to develop the list of cuts, I guess. once they've heard from us about our
Right,
priorities.
that's the intention.
Yeah.
After we're done quizzing these fabulous people. Preschool, academic questions, if there are specific ones. Or Jane.
Hi, me again. I'm wondering about the curriculum. Tanya was there. I don't know if she's still there, but I heard, was it Tammy? Someone was talking about the curriculum being delivered across all the elementary schools. And I'm wondering, are we talking about iReady? Is that the curriculum that's being used? And if so, why?
Sorry for having my camera off. I'm sick and I didn't take my medicine to make sure I was awake. So off camera is where I am. But yes, so we have magnetic literacy in magnetic reading, which is where it expanded to, and then Ready Classroom Math. And your question is, why do we have those two particular curriculums?
Yeah, I think the question was why, but I think we need to expand that this has
Yeah.
been I would say a progressive process over years.
Yes,
Um,
I was gonna, yeah,
okay.
exactly. I was gonna say, so I think it's probably 4 years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago, the district went through a process of looking at curriculum, and there was a curriculum review, a curriculum audit, and so this is where the pilot started with Ready Classroom Math and similarly magnetic literacy or reading now. But over the course of, I think math started first, and then once the math pilot happened, it was adopted and moved through. That's probably 3, 4 years ago, I think. And then now there wasn't a new adoption for iReady, our magnetic reading. It was an expansion. They just now have a full curriculum. So there was not a new adoption or anything like that. But it was over the course of several years that the schools reviewed curriculum, and it was right after, I want to say it was right after COVID that it
That's great.
started.
Thanks, Tanya.
You're welcome.
Let's circle back to academic budget questions, budgetary questions. Bridget?
I just want to also share in a little bit of concern about the math coach, and maybe you can, or the coaches in general, the instructional coaches in general for reading, for math, those small group sort of pullouts that students receive. I have a personal experience with one. I do think personally that my son needed a year earlier, but he did get into it, and at that time, the instructional math coach was like very overbooked, like you were sort of waiting to get your spot and had to fall below. And the thing that really impressed me was when he went back at high school graduation, that one of the people he was most excited to high five with was his math coach. So shout out to Miss Lynch because he was taking AP calculus, and in third grade, he just hid under the table at math time, you know? So anyway, long way of saying that that I'm really concerned about pulling those people out of the particular community because their role as part of the school is really important. And they also, like by spending some time in the classrooms, not just at the pullout, start to see when students may need the help and then make sure they're getting into those services as they need them.
So Bridget, what's the question buried there?
Yeah, the question, I guess, is really what it's sort of like I'm not understanding what makes this a good idea. So maybe you could explain that more clearly for me, because I trust you all, but I also can't quite understand why.
Okay, so I think first of all, we need to distinguish between what we're considering a coach versus an interventionist. So that's the first thing. The math coaches or even a reading coach is in what we're looking at is who's going to work and support teachers in their instruction. So this isn't basic. So when we're talking about creating because there is a position called district math coach, right? We're not speaking about the individual who's going to be working with students, like you're talking about your son's experience. We're talking about the individual who's going to support classroom instruction. And then we can also speak to, I know I'm giving Tanya a break, the fact that we did look at our needs, and they were very deep and rich conversations, specifically amongst the leadership around interventionists, looking at our small groups. That's one of the things that we're talking about, trying to build up and firm up tier 1 instruction, making sure that we're looking at what all kids provide so that we can kind of shift what happens with tier 2. If anyone would like to jump in at this time, Tanya, I don't know if you want to expand on it, but Derek.
Yeah, I'm happy to just say something briefly about the math coach piece and just perhaps the historical pathway of RTI or intervention. I think our interventions had many different iterations over the years that it's been in our schools. And I think that it is important to sort of differentiate between coaches and then interventionists who are primarily responsible for actually directly working face-to-face with students. A small number of years ago, if my memory serves me correctly, 3 or 4 years ago when we were starting to implement the iReady math, I think we had felt that it was important to have math coaches in each building, the 3 separate buildings, because we were right in that beginning phase of implementing the iReady curriculum. And I think I can't speak for the other 2 schools, but certainly at Crocker Farm, our math coach was probably somewhere in the region of like 80 to 90% of the time actually being a coach, with maybe a small set of subset time where she actually worked directly with kids. I think it was similar in the other schools. I think now that we're in like year 4 of iReady, or we will be next year, perhaps it's year 5, I don't remember. I think there's a slight difference in terms of what we need in terms of coaching. People are platformed in a big way to perhaps not requiring a coach to be then working sort of with teachers only in each building. So that's one aspect of it. I think that is a viable consolidation.
Thank you, Derek. And Dr. Z, yes, Bridget, I was going to say, I think the language is where you probably were thinking the coach was the interventionist, but
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
The whole description's very helpful. That's why I ask my questions.
Perfect. I
Thank
feel
you.
like we're moving in the direction of like budget guidelines, at least on the committee end, and really wrapping up the part where we're needing to keep our administrators here past 9 o'clock. Is there like a last round of questions? I also can gather together questions and send them to Dr. Z if people think about them afterwards. We could do this offline, but any like big things are, yeah. So we're ready to say thank you, everyone, for your work, both with the students and with thinking about how to deal with a crappy budget situation.
Thank you, team. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Thank you all for being kind with us. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. This is not easy. This is hard work.
All right, guys. So do we want to break or do we want to just push through? Let's take a 5-minute break. It's 9:05. Please come back by 9:10. Thank you. So it's 9:15, we're back in session. We are now about to take up the part of we're on the same part of the budget where we are, oh, no, yes. Where are we? Same agenda, I packed it because it's all related. Blah, blah, blah. Budget plan. Okay, we're going to do the priorities afterwards in terms of this. Why, I don't know, but do you want to do that now? I said, no, that's right. Okay, guidelines. I'm here.
Is everybody muted?
Andrew, your computer is not muted.
Okay. No, somebody's still echoing.
Hold on.
Oh, Megan.
She said call her to me. That's not.
She's still in the parking lot thinking I'm gonna blow it. Are we, I think we've lost the echo. Dr. Z, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so we're going to talk about budget guidelines now. So Sarah's got a structure here that I thought maybe she could use the brain that she used to structure the regional school guidelines with these. So I think we can just give her a list and then talk about like how high they are. I think that's generally how this is done effectively, is instead of talking about each one, just let's go down the line. Sarah, what are your budget priorities?
All right, I can't hold the mic and type, so I will say them and then I will type them in. Math instruction and supports. That's been a priority of mine for years. I say it all the time.
Are you on the mic?
Am I what?
Are you holding down your button?
I am.
Yes, we can hear her.
Yeah. Robust specials. The administrative oversight and professional development to ensure compliance with anti-bullying and the restraint policies. Also, training and staffing so that, to support management of the spectrum of behaviors in students. That so that we don't ever need need the restraints and the seclusion and all that. Better manage the dysregulation. All kids, any kid can be dysregulated. I don't want this whole issue to sound like it's a special ed, student problem. All kids are challenged on occasion. That's it.
Okay, do you need some time to write that out? Or can you, okay.
Okay, next.
Bridget, you're up.
So I have support for like multimodal hands-on education, project-based learning. I think that's always been one of the strengths in the elementary schools. And in that sense, like we're to be leaving space for that teacher-driven curriculum. where a lot of the innovation happens. I also have differentiation and opportunities for smaller group work, quieter spaces where needed. Yep, sorry. And opportunities for working in smaller groups where needed. Or no.
So you mean differentiation in instruction?
Yep, yep, exactly. And then culture, building the culture and climate of inclusion, including for mental health and neurodiversity, affirming practices, just approaches for student well-being. Yeah, neurodiversity, affirming, and mental health. Like that's probably right before. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Beautiful. And then the other thing I have is staff support, mentorship, the training, and really thinking about how we sort of nurture the educators who are the core of what's happening in the buildings, right? And those are the educational priorities, but like I think last time we thought about it a little meta too, like what are our budget priorities overall? And those like included, my favorite one, capital expenses that will reduce operating costs. And then there was one more thing on that I thought about. Let's see. Yeah, that student-facing staff and programs remain our highest priority. And I don't know, reducing contracted services where we can. Yep, I think it's great. I've been reading as we went. Thank you.
Sarah, could you add a column so that if somebody just wants to do a +1 for something, we have keep up plus the 1 column?
I could do that, but maybe, are you going to want to see like shows of support or like rate your top?
We'll circle back to that.
But +1 would be like,
just if Laura Jane says, yeah, what Bridget said for number 11, then let's just keep track of that.
so Jane, which one?
No, I'm just saying in the
Oh, yeah.
theory.
Example.
Laura Jane, you're up.
All right, well, I would definitely give a +1 to the bullying compliance, like the compliance with anti-bullying and restraint policies. What I had on my list, and I'm sure it'll duplicate some of what both of you have said already. But what I already said was no cuts to specials at all, only full-time staff, no 70%. No travel for staff between schools. So every school building should have its own full-time staff people. Salaries to attract the best possible educators. Ladder or career ladder options for paraeducators. You said project-based learning. I was going to say project-based learning. Opportunities for teacher leadership rather than contracting out services all the time, but instead relying both on our robust and rich knowledge in the schools and also in the 5 colleges in the area. A meaningful co-teaching model, not teaching to the iReady curriculum, because despite what people have said, it's actually not the most cost-effective strategy.
Okay, that's fair. I was about to cut you off, but go ahead.
And I would say,
all right, so could you repeat the priority about iReady?
that not teaching to the curriculum, I don't think that's the most cost-effective strategy. I think that allowing educators to use their knowledge and strengths is a much more financially and time, better use of money and time. Am I going too fast? Do you want me to go slower? Sarah?
No, I was just wondering whether to say, I think some of these touch on policy. I don't.
Yeah, they do. There's
We'll come back to
overlap.
that. Just let's get the list out there
Yeah.
and we can identify which are budget related for this year.
And then this one's not going to be super popular, maybe. If we're cutting any budget that is student facing, that the same cuts happen at central office, that we do not take money away from one place and not from both places. So if we're making cuts, they go across the board so that central office is also impacted. I think that might be all of the things because I think they match up with a lot of the other ones. I did say professional development, right? I know Bridget did.
Excuse me, Deb, I have a question.
Yes, Dr. C?
When the committee sits to discuss these, is there going to be an opportunity? I know for clarification, because
I was,
okay.
yeah, I was going to say that let's see if we can refine our list before we clarify the individual items with you. But yes, we can clarify amongst ourselves, and if, certainly if you want to clarify in that process, go ahead. But there's no point in clarifying something that's going to not make the top 10.
Okay, I'll wait.
I think, right?
No, I said I'll wait with whichever process that you want to follow through. I couldn't raise my hand, so I didn't know. Like the reaction is off, so that's why I interrupted. I'm sorry, but I just didn't know.
I didn't notice. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Andrew's next.
Hi. So I'll make it easy. I'm really just going to go through that list. Yeah, if you'd scroll down. And strongly agree with admin oversight, training and staffing to manage spectrum of student behaviors, differentiation and opportunities for working in small groups, multimodal instruction and project-based learning. I really care about that. That was up there. Yep, it was one of Bridget's. No cuts to specials.
I'm going to +1 that too. I'd had it, but
Great.
I thought I had too many, so.
Career ladder for paras or professional development, strongly agree. Building a culture and climate of inclusion, number 9. Number 16 and number 17. I'll add 12 as well. Just all of them. No, but yeah, those are great.
Could you make the font a little bigger, please? And then start at the top. All right, so I'm going to +1. If oh, take your time.
Yeah.
Number 5 +1. Number 6. Number 7. Uh-oh. Number 8 and number 9. This is my own problem. Yeah. Number 10. So basically, just like everything, I would like, as a budget priority, to hit the mid-range of recommended class sizes. So not go too small and not go too large. And I would also like to maintain the staffing, the teacher staffing ratio.
Staffing ratio, sorry, in what? In
The
class?
existing overall district staffing, a teacher to student ratio, student to teacher ratio.
Do you think you would need to define staff?
I went back to teacher because staff gets too confusing.
Right. So educator, not paras, just
Teacher, student to teacher ratio is very well defined. Okay, and so we have 20 guidelines. Process now, can we look at the ones now that we know what they are? Could you zoom out a little bit? And can you move the ones with the 3 Ys to the top?
okay. Yes, but I am going to want to speak to one of mine and drum up more support.
No, Sarah, just so you know, I haven't got to vote on anyone else's yet because we started.
Oh,
adding
that's right.
Laura James.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we have to loop back before you do that because everybody went behind. So we need to go one pass through.
Yeah, yeah.
So not me, but everybody else ahead of me. No.
No, no, yeah.
Sarah, do you have anybody else's you want to do a +1 for?
Since I can't remember which one I already plussed on, how many people already plussed?
3. So
Color
Andrew
qualitative
plus,
evaluation.
and Andrew didn't give any, he just +1. Deb +1, and Sarah, you intermittently +1 as you went down.
I know, I just don't.
If you don't remember, then it can't be that important. That's what I'm going
I'm
for.
done.
Bridget, what do you want a +1 on?
Remember your mic.
M-
Bridget, I think you have to-
Sorry, my bad. Number 4. I have to go down now because all these are mine. So maybe like scroll down to 10, Sarah, for me.
Can you share the document with us?
Scroll. You didn't.
Never mind.
Oh, yeah, let me put another +1 on number 5, sorry. Yeah. And number 6. Yeah. And then 7, it starts mine. You're right. Perfect. They just are similar. So, okay.
Laura
those are
Jane. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm almost there. Just to the last 2. Let me see those. Can I +1 for the mid-range for class size? Yeah, there we go. That's good, I think.
I will slowly scroll.
Slowly scroll. Or Jane, you're up.
Sure, I'll go with the mid-range for class size. I think all the others I had a chance to weigh in on or said.
Andrew?
Definitely class size as well. And maintain district's student teacher ratio.
Okay, so for the ones that have less than 3, does anybody want to make an argument or? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, the first one. We have seen year after year in the MCAS data that way too many Amherst 6th graders arrive in 7th grade a year or more, some multiple years behind in math, and that sets them up for failure. I think it's extremely urgent problem. We care a lot about the inequities and, you know, trends that get clearer and clearer in high school, and we need to make that change in elementary school, and iReady has been part of the commitment to making progress in that area. So anyway, I think it's one of the most important things we can try to accomplish at the elementary level is improving students' math competency when they leave.
How is that different from 8? It's more narrow, but besides that, it seems like appropriately differentiated instruction would.
But I'm talking about results. I want to see.
I don't know how you budget results.
You maybe what you see in your data is that we need more intervention. We need more, not coaches, interventionists. We need more pullouts or some summer school, you know, in catch-up math or get-ahead math or some, you know, there.
Okay.
It could be a variety of strategies that cost money, but to improve, student success in math.
Okay, Bridget?
I'm just gonna also support Sarah in this. What we saw in the CAC committee data was that we're really seeing, and especially in middle school, and then as students get older, these big gaps according to our subgroups, whether it's for low income, for students of color, and for kids on IEPs. And that when we talked to Dr. Z and her team about it, they really said that it was at the elementary school we needed to make this up. So I'm just going to say I feel like that's important to keep on the list.
Or Jane, and Sarah, can you share the document with just me? I want to do a sort. Or Jane, go ahead. Yes, please.
So anecdotally, it isn't necessarily the Amherst schools that are the math deficits. And I do feel like it would be very valuable to bring together the educators themselves, not just the principals, but the educators themselves from, especially if we're talking about math, but with any subject, to hear from them what they actually are seeing and what they believe are the issues, and not just make assumptions based on the data that comes out. And I would push back again and say that iReady is not doing what we want it to do. And so I think that's a big waste of money and resources.
Can I chime in real quickly?
Go for it. Dr. Zico, you have the floor.
Thank you. So there's a couple of things that I like to talk about around math instruction. I hear that we're talking about one curricular item and saying what it is or it isn't in terms of the data and what we're seeing. I don't think that any of us have presented even this evening and multiple times, we talked about the growth that we're seeing in our students. Amherst was just recognized for like meeting pre-pandemic scores, like showing progression. And that's through the instructional practice and the resources that we use to provide instruction. I am a believer in the fact that the students who are in front of us, every cohort is different. So even though you have one curriculum material, you don't have to follow the script of that material. The one thing that we do is that we follow and we look at what our data says in terms of what our students can do, what they can't do, what their needs are, where their instruction can and can't, like, should be. And that's why we projected and shared some of those things. I would ask us to say that we're not just speaking from the standpoint of we're the leaders and we haven't done walkthroughs, we haven't done instructional feedback models, we haven't spoken to teachers. I think that we do need to hear, but you can hear from teachers. I also would say that the principals who are here, they speak from their teacher voice consistently. So I don't want that to be dismissed. And I will say that the data at the region, because what we see as we progress forward is that I do agree with Bridget that we have presented, even in our data chats this year, across our schools, we saw where some of our subgroups are struggling when it comes to instruction. And so there is something in terms of what we are doing to provide real learning for all our students across the board. And so I'm trying to be mindful in how I explain that, but I do think that we're also able to address mathematically, not just math, but all our core subjects and the gaps in our core subject in some of the other priority areas. So looking at project-based learning can be completed in a mathematics classroom. It can also be completed in a reading classroom, in a science classroom. Multimodal instruction, differentiation. Those are strategies and instructional practices that go across core content areas. So in terms of budget priorities, perhaps we may need to determine the training and things that go into that so that we have a material that's a resource, and that resource is a guide to what we need to move towards, but it doesn't negate the fact that teachers are able to supplement and work within what they need. So I just want to say that.
So I'm going to +1 to the math instruction and supports. And we have some decisions to make. Do we want to leave the full list and just start to develop a hierarchy of rankings? Or do we want to bin things together so that we can pick out similarly topics that address a similar, like the top 3 for, I don't know, no words. So do we want to look at a bin of similar topics and pick out the top 1 of that bin?
I feel like this is very hard to do without numbers attached to these things. Like, we don't know how much each of these things is going to cost. We don't have our budget lined up in front of us. Like,
It will be iterative. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. You're allowed to interrupt.
No,
the
it's
chair.
not preferred. Go ahead. Finish up, please. I mean, finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's my thought, is just that, like, I feel ill prepared to prioritize things without understanding the implications financially.
I understand that. Sarah?
Yeah. I would suggest we just pass on everything that has 3 or more yeses by it. And just leave it at that.
Laura Jane?
Well, then I also need to make more arguments for mine. If that's the
Then
case.
we can just leave it like this. I mean,
I do think I do think the piece that no one else jumped on, but I do think is really critical, is that we should not be cutting student-facing services unless we're willing to make cuts at all levels. It just feels like a totally reasonable way to approach a school district.
I agree with that. I'm willing to throw a Y, and I see Andrew. So
Yeah.
we have
Well, I'll throw my support on that.
proportional cuts.
Can I ask a question? At what point are you then asking us to wager between this and the first number one that you have in terms of compliance? And I'm not going either way. I just would like to know that as we push, because that was going to be my pushback in some of these as we move forward. When we're prioritizing, you're asking us to ensure compliance, anti-bullying. So if we have to make a cut from in a student facing role, you're saying that don't make it unless you cut in a central office role. No problem. That's your directive for the Amherst School Committee. However, when you cut into that, how can you also ask us to ensure compliance? How can you also ask us to do and continue to meet the mandates of the district? So I just would like to say that like there are some things that need to be thought about. When we're talking about specials, we need to think about how does that matter when you're asking us to hit mid-range for class size. The conversation is we may have some positions that we may lose based on attrition because individuals are retiring. And so they may show up as a reduction on the budget. But then are you saying that if that is the case, then I am still supposed to turn around and cut 3 central office positions because we are able to meet our quota, meet the range and class size that we have. When we talk about sending a list that states no travel, you're then asking me to look at what we currently have in place in the Amherst School District, where individuals currently are traveling, and this is currently happening. So are you then asking us to actually increase on the budget? I just think like there are some priorities here that I understand, and I can see the other priorities. I just would like to state to the committee that is going to have not just a drastic budgetary impact, but it will have a drastic programmatic impact. None of us here want to make cuts at all, but there are things that we have to really take into consideration around when we're sitting down and saying this, because if there's no travel between schools, you're asking me to cut completely instrumental music. Like there, like that's one program where there's travel completely that happens between schools, and I wouldn't want that. Like there's, career ladder for paras. We do already offer some of those things in HR. So I'm just asking that if you're going to send us this full list, be very clear on the priorities and how they rank. Be noticeable that you are also asking us to drastically impact either way. I'm glad, Deb, that you clarified that it's an iterative process. As you saw from the regional budget, I'm going to take this back. The team is going to take this back. We're going to align to the school committee priorities because the budget is your responsibility. But note that there's some areas that will need full clarity. And I just would like to make sure I say that up front.
So Dr. Z, which of the items do you feel have the clarity that you need to translate in that to a budgetary to a decision, to a guideline? Which are the items that give you the clarity to do what you think they're saying? Let's not worry about the conflict amongst them for the moment.
I would say admin oversight to ensure compliance. We can definitely ensure that whatever we do, we're leaning into that. Training and staff, that's a budgetary impact, and we want to make sure that that's identified. Building inclusion of culture, that to me, and mental health, that would also go into 5 and 6 kind of come together, but then it spans out and making sure we address the mental health issues. So that's there. Support for multimodal instruction and project-based learning, that definitely goes to providing training, differentiation and opportunities to work in a small group. That ties into what's going on above. Hit mid-range for class size, that definitely has a That and number 10 kind of conflict because you're going to ask us to hit mid-range for class size, but also ask us to maintain a district student teacher ratio. If we're unable to keep the ratio because of it, those kind of conflict. Math instruction and supports, again, that can be addressed. So yes, I think that definitely we're clear on. Can you scroll down for me? Because I'm stuck there on 11. I can't see what else is on the screen. No cuts to specials, that's clear, but it has a impact if we're looking at mid-range and class size. So that actually would also contradict, because you're going to then talk about equity and equitable caseloads around staff. So that goes back to class size. Staff support for mentorship and nurturing our educators. We already have different things in place. So yes, that has a budgetary impact. We can determine what we can do there. Student-facing position should be preserved. I 100% agree with that. That should have actually had everyone's check next to it. Like, I feel like I would have put a check next to that one first. Career ladders for paras. Definitely, we have things in place, and we need to talk about what that may or may not look like. I also feel like when we talk about trainings for paras, there needs to be a better understanding of the paraprofessional contract, their amount of working hours, working days, their hourly employees. So, you know, and what those provisions look like. Decrease reliance on contracted services. Yes, because we presented that in our model in terms of, you know, looking at our SC services, looking at, we currently, a lot of times, just to be very clear, we currently, a lot of time, even our training or our safety training, we actually use in-house trainers. We actually use our current staff to provide a lot of training. This is one district that believes in, like, you know, train the trainer and then support. I think, so it's definitely one that we already have in a model. We just need to look at what specific areas in our budget we can decrease the reliance on and present that with a justification. Don't rely on iReady. I want to be very clear, no curricular tool that we get will have everything to suit every student's needs. It is just not there. It's all about how we implement the instruction as a district. So if we need to clarify for our staffing in terms of using it as a guide or a tool or as one resource, but you can pull in multiple resources, then that's what we need to do and to train. So I'm clear on that, and I can present that from an educator lens, what that looks like.
Which number are we on? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I don't know.
17. I'm on don't rely on iReady. I said no curricular tool has everything that everyone needs. And so for me, if we have to, as a district team, clarify for our educators that it is a resource and a tool, and this is what we're seeing, and this is how we would like the implementation and training to support our math instruction and fill our gaps, then we need to clarify that. So I'm clear on that. Invest in capital to reduce operating costs. I think that one I'm not clear on. I would need to understand some more. I know we've done a lot of work in terms of our capital budget this year, and Shannon and the team really has taken the time to lay out like our capital plan and what that would look like. I would need us to be clear in terms of what that is asking us to do. No travel between schools. That would gravely impact what we currently have, because we currently have travel between schools in many of our programs that works within the district. So that is going to have a grave impact, and that needs to be very, very clear. I think that for me, one of the things that this list helped me, and I made a note of, is that I need to make sure that as the superintendent, I give a very clear, a clearer view or vantage point to the school committee of how the district truly operates and what are some of the things that we are doing, because I know that we you know, individuals have topics that like come to the floor or people email about, and so then we take the time to educate and to say, hey, this is what's happening. But some of these priorities really come back to the fact of the educator lens that we sit with, so we're able to see what happens on a daily and weekly and timely basis as the individuals in the district. You're not, as school committee members, not for lack of wanting to, but that's just what we live in every day. And so we really have to make sure that we create that picture and tell that story. Can you travel down? Is there more? And then I already said about reduce central office, dollar for dollar if student facing services are cut. I already do not have a very large central office. I have 4 individuals in HR. I have 8 individuals in IS. I have 1 MLE individual, and this is split. Like, I just want everyone to understand, central office is not even a full-time central office for Amherst School District. Like, it is split amongst 3 districts. So I just want to be clear that, you know, when you're asking us, you're then asking us to reduce 8 individuals who are already split and strapped. So if I have to, I will, but you already have I think it's 46% for some of us. Like, I'm about 46% Amherst. So we just, or 44%, like, we just need to be clear that even the central office is not full-time 100% ASC. So those are the areas that I feel like I would need, and I would need clarity or just to highlight as areas of concern.
I can clarify a couple of those things. One of them, I think, and Bridget can speak better to this, but the capital costs to bring down operating costs, like the solar panels plan, like that's one example. But I guess I would, because I said the travel thing, I should just clarify what I meant by the no travel. I absolutely understand that there are roles that are appropriate for people to be traveling. Like, I know that the music staff travels like that. I understand that, partly because not every single student in the schools is receiving, like, it's not an orchestra, for example, right? So the orchestra teacher travels between the high school and the middle school and maybe the elementary school. I was speaking about core teachers and specials teachers, not people like OTPT, trying to remember what the other categories are, but so core teachers should be have a home and stay in their home, and specials teachers should have a home and stay in their home. So that's what I meant. So apologies for not being clear.
Okay,
Sa-
but
Sa-
sorry.
You all set, Dr. Z?
No, I wanted to understand, like, and I don't know, I saw Sarah was waving her hand.
No, finish up. I
Okay,
mean,
so
let's
thank you for the
finish this.
clarity, Laura Jane. In terms of the no travel between schools, and even when it comes to specials teachers, we, first of all, we didn't, I don't think our model suggested core teachers moving between buildings. So that wasn't there. In regards to special teachers, because of just the balance of the even if we looked at interactive, not adaptive specials, we would need to look at the course load and caseload of these teachers to make sure we are balancing them across the district and to make sure that we are providing adequate services to students. That may require, if we are also saying that a priority higher up is no cuts to specials, that may require travel so that we are able to balance the caseload and ratios per, like, correct, like, accurately. So there is no way we can guarantee that there is going to be no travel between schools for special teachers. I just want to make that very clear, because we also have contractually, in terms of looking at equitable caseloads and different things that we've already had to discuss and we're working on at one level in this would cause a different set of disparities at another. So I just want to point out that some things here may be inevitable, because once we are doing the things that we are asked to do to balance ratios, to make sure caseloads are equitable, we are going to end up having to possibly balance by having individuals travel between buildings.
Yeah, we understand that. I mean, this is a process and we'll work through it. Sarah?
Yeah, I want to speak to two of these items at the bottom, but I also want to check an entry because Bridget thinks I got it wrong, which I can easily believe. Did several people endorse this item 20, reduce central office? Is it more than one? Who were the plus ones on that? to.
I didn't mean to do dollar for dollar. I just meant also.
Laura Jane, did you mean dollar for dollar? No? Oh, it sounded like you did. Okay.
No, but I don't think there should be, I don't know about dollar for dollar, but I think there should be percentage. Maybe that is dollar for dollar, percentage. Sure. To be clear, I don't want to cut the budget. I want to increase the budget. So I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gotcha.
so I'm
So
still
can I say, but then I wanted to speak to some of the, all
Okay,
right,
go ahead.
invest in capital to reduce operating costs. We're bringing an expensive new school online that is all about investing in capital to reduce operating costs. So
Okay.
I think that I think we're already seeing in this preliminary budget some real benefits to the operating, right?
I'd like to stick to promoting things. So let's focus on the orange ones because those got a lot of Ys. And yet the ones that Dr. D has said are somewhat conflicting in there. So there's hit mid-range for class size, maintain district student to teacher ratio, no cuts to specials, and no travel between schools for core special teachers. Those are, we're hearing that you can't have one and you can't have all four of those. So thoughts, Bridget?
I just wanted to, I don't know. I have a little OCD here, sorry, but Andrew voted for number 20 as well. Just to get that accurately. And then, yeah, sorry. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, I got it. I see. And then, beautiful, thank you. Yeah. Right, 1, 2, yeah, all right, perfect. And then, I just wanted to say I liked what we did at the region where we found things that sort of grouped together. And I know that might mean that we take this document and we pretty it up and bring it back to vote. And since we're only meeting once a month, that might not be something we can do the way we did at the region. But I think that would also help us to integrate some of what Dr. Z is talking about by getting some nuance into the thing. And I'm happy to like collaborate with Sarah or someone on that if that's helpful.
Sarah?
I don't think we have time. I think the budget team needs this tonight. I think because the next time we meet, we're going to get the budget. So and let me just remind everyone at the region, we did not vote. We had just brought back we had okay, we're good with these themes, but we didn't vote because it was, and we've spent even less time on it than we did it in the region. So I'm afraid of trying to tweak this too much beyond tonight.
So I'm still looking at those four things I would like to have a list that isn't inherently contradictory if we continue to work on this offline. So can we have a discussion about mid-range class sizes, maintaining student to teacher ratios and no cuts to specials? Or two of the three?
I'm going to ask, I think what could help settle this, Deb, can I make a suggestion?
I'm still having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying I have a suggestion.
Yes, please.
Okay. So for example, HIT made a range for class size, maintain district student teacher ratio. Which of those two are most important? Or which one would you like us to consider first and then second? Because if we hit the mid-range for class size, it may affect the district student teacher ratio. So it really is, which one would we want to put an additional Y on in terms of the steps in our process? That's a suggestion to help the school committee. Like step 1, hit mid-range for class size. Step 2, get as close to our current student teacher ratios as possible. Like that would be my suggestion. Combine them in that way, or try to bring it together so that we know what we're able to do.
I hear a question, but I see some nods about your suggestion, Dr. Z. Laura Jane?
Not a question, a suggestion.
A suggestion.
Which I think may be exactly what you just said, but my suggestion was take both of those things, see which one makes the class sizes smaller, and go with that one. Because I always think that smaller class sizes are better for students in general.
We have the differentiated and opportunity for working in small groups. I think that's going to add yet another layer of complexity to an already complex thing.
And I just wanted to say that the reason why the mid-range of class sizes was important may be helpful to the conversation, at least for me, when we were looking at the question of whether the schools could be combined or not, or how all that worked. We noticed that in some areas there were much smaller classes, and then in others there were much bigger classes. And what I'd like to see is not an average of mid-range, but every class hitting close to that, so that other classes can then be smaller, so that there's like that sort of balance. And especially as we move to the new building, where one of the major cost efficiencies was considered being able to balance out the class sizes among 5 classes. So that's sort of the deeper thought behind that one, and the reason I voted for it.
Okay, so one is an operational issue in terms of class sizes. And then there, many of these are about maintaining a certain level of priorities, educational priorities. So I would say compliance is a budgetary issue, but it's also about educational priorities. So, and I see that as a very different kind of thing than things like whether or not teachers should move between buildings and what size should there be. So I think, I guess unless we have some more clarity in how to proceed, I would say I am willing to come back to this. We next meet on March 17th, so we don't necessarily have to make a decision tonight. A timely decision is important, but a decision tonight on how to move forward when we don't have that kind of clarity, I think is ill-advised.
Our budget is due April 1st.
And we next meet on March 17th.
Right, and if you're proposing to give.
I am not. I am saying that we can put another meeting in place to refine these. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm on a 2-day headache and I'm hungry. I don't know what happened to my bar. Anybody have any food? Sorry. Okay. All right. So
Can I suggest, if we have another meeting to work this out, that it be like as soon as possible? Just, right?
I thought you were going to say at dinner time.
What? What's that?
I thought you were going to say at dinner time.
No.
With catered.
alternatively, we could task some subset of people to work on these and bring them together. I mean, I know Sarah's done this for the region, but Bridget's my higher level thinking person when I'm working through things that I need to be pulled together this way.
Yeah, I know Sarah didn't like the idea, but I'm happy to work on it together with Sarah, or together with Andrew, or together with whoever, but I understand the time pressure too. And I'm sure that that time pressure feels even more sensitive to Shannon and Dr. Z, who are trying to align with it. So I don't know, like, if this gives good guidance to get started while we refine it a little, or
Dr. Z?
not.
I say we can get started on everything else if you send this listing to us until you're able to refine the additional areas. We can get started as a team. We actually, just so you're aware, we actually have our weekly budget meeting with the leadership scheduled for tomorrow morning from 10 to around 12. So we actually had already planned to have our debrief and work through these priorities tomorrow. So it will help if we at least have the beginning set, and then the school committee can finalize.
So you get started, Sarah and Bridget get started. They create a document, they can send it to all of us, and what we can do, not deliberating offline, is if that document is sufficient, nobody needs to request a meeting. We can just say, we can just vote by not sort of a pocket authorization thing.
It's
If
like
somebody,
a consent agenda. Somebody would have to say, we need to meet.
so create the document, they do their work in parallel. Within, give me a time frame, 2 days, you create a document, push it out to us. Within another time frame, you push it out. If nobody requests a meeting, then that's the document.
I can't help until the weekend because I have meetings every night this week for school committee related things or town things. So it would have to be like, say, by Sunday, we send it out, and if we need a meeting, then we get one.
That works for me.
Yeah, that's fine. We still have 4 towns on Saturday.
We got,
I believe.
they're busy, we're busy. Yeah, I don't think there's really any
I'm
reason.
just pointing that out around the
No,
schedule, but yeah.
I'm agreeing. I'm just tired and cranky. I'm sorry. Okay, so everybody knows what they're doing next. Thank you
No,
for the almonds.
because we haven't resolved the orange. That's not something Bridget and I, unless you want us to decide between.
Yep.
mid-range.
I want you guys to sort that out amongst yourselves and
I think
figure
we
out
can
something.
come up with something. We've got a good idea of the feedback.
And the sharing, except for Bridget, right? So we don't.
Yes, please.
And Dr. Z?
Okay.
Dr. Z, we're clear on, as clear as I can be at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes, no, I was saying don't forget to share it with Dr. Z so I could work with it with the team.
Perfect.
Tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay, so it's 10:15. That was a 2.5 hour agenda item. Shannon, you still with us? I'm gonna say that we do not need to do, sadly, I don't think we need to go through the Q2 report. I think we can just move that to our next meeting. Any objections?
No, I was just saying second.
Yeah.
That idea.
Okay, so the anti-bullying policy. We've got, this is a topic that we've been through, and most recently in this room. So I think it's the next step in this process of circling back to where we were. We have the bullying plan in place, we have the policy in place, and we have some data, which is the last piece of what we really need to do to understand where we are when we are moving forward. So, Dr. Z, do you want to speak to the data you pulled together?
Sure. So the team and I went through, I just want to say that this has been an interesting process for us. There's a couple of things that we highlighted. at the end, I'd like to start off by saying that this is our bullying data review using the BRIM platform. BRIM is a reporting tool. It's not, so the data we pull is from the reports, and we've also been using it to store our investigation data. There are parts of this that, for example, in speaking with the chair, I explained that our checklist is a paper-based checklist, and at this point, we're trying to determine how we can digitize that so that we could capture that data more frequently and timely. What you're going to see is an executive summary, so I'm not going to read through everything, but the key things that we found is in terms of the total Amherst cases to date, and this is my first quarterly review, we had about 46 cases. We saw some key findings. We gave some data points for each of the school sites around what was canceled, what was unfounded, what was closed, and some things that we could share without violating student rights in the district. I want to kind of talk about half of our reports were investigated and determined to be unfounded. Now, everything is investigated because that's our policy. However, we wanted to highlight that 50% of all of those that were investigated were determined to be unfounded, right? And so we're looking at the fact that we're looking at age in terms of educating students around a definition for bullying and how do we share that information, parents understanding. The determination of unfounding doesn't mean that an incident did not occur or that it means that like we just weren't clear that it was bullying. It didn't meet the definition. What I have been doing, and I think some of the individuals have been doing, is we've also been looking at our policy that talks about harassment. So for example, in the appeals that I've done, there's been no appeals for the Amherst district, right? I have done an appeal at the region and I've done an appeal for Pelham, but I have not done any appeals at the Amherst district. But with the appeals that I've done, I've seen that, perhaps it doesn't meet the definition, the legal definition of bullying under the law or even the policy. But I have referred to our policy of harassment in my letters to the parents where I'm like, but this could constitute under our policy harassment, and there's some interventions that could be done because there are things that we've seen in that. So, again, key findings in terms of what we're learning, approximately 22% of reports were confirmed and, follow-up actions were taken, the letters were sent. One of the key things that happens within our elementary district is the use of our guidance and school adjustment counselors in terms of, interventions and supports for students. We have to look at the fact that it's not just about reporting, and for us, it's also what we do to shift the behaviors afterwards. So, safety plans are put in place, but how do we support not just for lack of a better word, the individual who was a target of the behavior and who felt harmed, but how do we support the individual who implemented that behavior so that they can shift what their perspective is? Cancel reports accounted for 15% of submissions. And this was due to when we dug deep into it, again, the data is the data we pulled from this software was very interesting to go through, was because of duplicate reporting. So what we found was maybe there was the misuse of the system or non-actionable submission. So they were like reporting issues that caused us to end up having to cancel. Now, canceling cannot be done simply just so like things are done through the IS director. Like he has the final approval of certain things. I'm going to talk about that. I already talked about no appeals this year. We wanted to note that there was some discrepancies in some of the data provided, particularly when it came to Fort Rivers data. Again, it was because of duplicate submissions where individuals had submitted the same incident repeatedly. So we're looking into that, and then it was later canceled. So we're looking into that. Like that became a highlight in pulling this data apart. It shifts in terms of the number of overarching cases per site versus locations and different things because something was canceled, so I didn't go back to the locations. And I want to be clear, any report put in, this is the part where it's very clear around our controls. Any report put into BRIM cannot be deleted, even if it is canceled, even if it is an error, even if like it's like no report can be deleted. So we want to make sure that entries are not modified or removed, or there's just like a dismissal of a case. It can't be deleted. It's in there once it's submitted. We have it. So someone will need to manually review the data every time and pull the data just to make sure that certain things happens and just preserving the integrity of the record. And then the system only allows for one district level system administrator, and that's currently our IS director, which creates an issue with redundancy. And a district should always have a level of redundancy, a backup just in case. But the system currently only allows for one district level person. And so we're able to review the data school by school. In terms of across schools, I work with my IS director to pull like the comprehensive data across the whole district, but that's really where we look at. And then what we have seen for me as a highlight, and I wanted to put it there, is that the data currently reflects an increase in the use of the reporting system in the Amherst School District this year. So that's really critical as a good first step that individuals are now fully engaged in using it. It doesn't mean that there weren't reports. Like I said, there are parts that were not, that there's not digitized, which is our paper checklist. So we're working on that part to see how do we just pull all of this together to get a clear picture of operations and process. That may require us to find a platform that allows us to use customized forms. Like we're just looking at what are the different things that we would need to do to really give a full clear picture. And so that is my brief overview of where we are thus far in terms of our bullying and reporting.
Sarah?
So it looks, thanks, Dr. Z. It looks like this system is working more smoothly now at the elementary level, which is good to see. One thing I didn't see in this report is anything about any data on the timeliness of the investigation or the resolution, the decision. Like, I forget exactly what the policy says, but it's like 7 days or 10 days or
It's 10,
something.
10,
So
10
can you address that?
I can. That wasn't an easy data to pull across cases. So that's something that I made note of for us to be able to clearly track the timelines. I guess, out of the data pieces that you can pull. So what I ended up having to do is to like literally go back in our emails or even look at like, it would have to go case by case by case by case. So we were going to work on how do we collect that to match that. Again, that also goes in terms of our checklist because some of these cases, like I said, now we're into like where we are entering it into it and using it as a recording or storage tool. But the checklist really helps us to get to the timeline portion. So in terms of pulling that from the system, that wasn't a clear data piece that could be pulled across cases that we need to kind of work deeper on.
Sorry. I had a couple questions, simple ones, but any more extensive questions? Okay, so I didn't quite catch the time interval for which this report covers, Dr. Z.
It covers, I think I pulled the data about a week and a half. When did we meet? we've been pulling this and trying to create a template because of the regional requests. This would be the I would say this quarter. So if you look at the chart, it says incidents between August 2025 and January 2026. So that's the time frame that this covers. I think like, is the school committee having sidebar conversations and collecting questions? What are we doing? I'm trying to figure it out. Did I answer the question?
Yes, thank you. And in terms of the data that isn't collected electronically by BRIM, but is on the checklist, what could you guesstimate what timeline, what time frame we would be able to see some of that data? Would the next month be possible, or is that out of the question?
Can you clarify your
So
request?
the in terms of some of the data that you said wasn't digitized because it's being kept track of on paper, the bullying checklist, but you were thinking about how it could be digitized. Do you think that that data could be available? What time frame do you think that that part could be available by?
I think it's about what we're asked to present. We've been thinking about that in terms of going back and seeing how many of the data sources had the completed checklist, like how many of the cases, and probably pulling a sampling and an aim, going back and determining how many of the cases were completed within the timeline, and just what that's going to look like. So for me, I would say I would aim to be able to give you a clearer picture of that. Is the depth. So I mean, I can aim to give you an understanding of how many met the timelines and what that did. And again, to make sure that they at least have the checklist attached, and as well as that they follow the checklist, probably pulling a sampling.
Great, thank you. Then our the next topic is the physical restraint and behavioral support policy, JKAA, reported data, recent staff training, status of next policy update, and Amethyst Brook Reflection Room construction. Those first two items are Dr. Z, and then the third one would be Bridget, and the fourth one would be me.
Okay, I'm not mute. Forgive me, it's kind of late. I wanted to give an update on where we were. I did send a memorandum just outlining what we've done and where it started. So of course, we know in June of 2025, since the regulation was updated and that they take effect August 17 of 2026. We began preparing, I think, since the adoption of the new JKAA by the joint committees on January 6th. I sent an email to district leadership just highlighting certain things and making sure that there was an understanding of what needed to move forward. It's outlined in the memorandum attached. January 29th, we had training with attorney Michael Joyce. And I attached the training material so that you can see what we went into. And so it was administrators, deans, counseling staff, behavior analysts, safety care trainers, all key personnel. We did not get to train all personnel, but we tried to train the key personnel that were really focused in on within the policy in terms of implementation, record keeping, administrative oversight. We wanted to be sure that we went over not just to understand the law, but to talk about what daily practice would be. February 5th, which was not too long afterwards, DESE issued their guidance. And as you know, with any guidance, there's often opportunities for clarity. So there has been some requests for additional clarification. And we want to make sure we have sound legal interpretation of what needs to move forward, not just in policy, but procedure and practice. There's also some training for special education directors that's going to be hosted by Lower Pioneer Valley. And so our team plans to attend that so we can have an understanding and hear the conversations across districts. I wanted to talk about the fact that restraint is, and I hope I say this well, restraint is not I received some information around prior incidents that may have occurred in the districts, and I believe that school committees have received the same information. And it has kind of brought some concerns to me as superintendent. I did meet with legal counsel, and I needed to review because for me, as I read it, I was concerned. We're going to be using, and it's very, very important that we not just look at the policy, but we look at the procedures. And I know that I've read the draft policy, and I know that our school committee takes this very seriously. We do too, as a district, and more so as a superintendent. But I want to make sure that we allow space for district protocols to become within legal compliance, and for us to make sure that we have monitoring pathways moving forward. We've had a discussion around how do we expand on what currently is, because a lot of it sits at the school level when we look at or we talk about the current policy. And so we've been looking at how does that allow us to, as a district, to ensure that we have monitoring overview. But we also need to be able to note that DESE's regulations are going to update and change as time goes by. It's inevitable. Right now, we're not the only district seeking clarity around what is prescribed in their regulations. And for us, restraint should be a last resort, but a well-documented and implemented one, which is going to require training. It's going to require us to shift. There's certain definitions in the regulation that we need to have clarified as well. And there's certain stipulations that would cause us to have gaps around our practices and processes. And so for us, our next step is to continue to consult with district council, especially around the package that we received. Like I said, there are some things that have gravely concerned myself, as well as legal counsel. I will end up bringing in the district team further to have a deeper discussion, because some of those incidents or data points, actually, I think we want to make sure how they were addressed effectively, as well as we want to talk about not just making sure students are safe, but staff are safe, because those are the things that we're also trying to address in this process, right? Because when something escalates to that point, we've also had some serious injuries that have occurred to staff members as well. And so I know that we want to ensure that there's adequate training. We meet the correct needs of our students. And we want to look at our procedural guidance that's aligned to their regulations, the most recent ones. And we also want to make sure we align to the policy. I know the policy is up for review. And so we're hoping that we can create our procedural guidance. We want to review our training requirements based on the new guidance that's coming forward, what that's going to look like. And then if there's policy revisions, just try to engage with the subcommittee. I know that usually the subcommittee reaches out for a district person to work on specific areas. Jen Ortiz is the designee that sits on a policy subcommittee. But for this policy, I would ask that, and I did indicate to Jenna when it comes on the agenda that Joanne is included, so that we can have that district representative that deals specifically in this area on there. And I want to reiterate one key thing that I say all the time, and it's the truth. Student and staff safety is a top priority for me. And this is one that affects both students and staff. And so we have children who are learning how to become adults, and we have adults who are here to nurture children who are also affected. So I am going to pause there I'm kind of losing my voice at this point.
Thank you. Questions? Sarah?
I know the regulatory landscape is in flux, which must make it hard to keep up. Because I don't think some of the changes seem to be significant that are going to be coming into effect soon. My question is about how accountability is achieved. Or created, or I'm not sure what the verb is, but how do you make sure that everyone in the down to the para and in the classroom is trained and complying on the one hand, so accountability with the policy, but also if we need to be looking at this policy, it's because students are having trouble in the classroom, and like that seems to me the problem. The real problem is that students are having so much dysregulation or conflict or whatever, and so are you also addressing, well, this was really one of my budget priorities, the training of staff or more staff in how to better manage situations so we never need to consider restraints or seclusion in the first place?
So I'm going to say that's kind of difficult to answer. And I think that one of the things that we need to look at is not just training in terms of behavior, but in terms of strategies, and what we invest in terms of providing our staff with the strategies to, I'm going to use the word de-escalate. It's 10:36 p.m. So I excuse me if it's not the most politically correct choice, but to kind of de-escalate. But I think one of the key things that ends up happening here is identifying what may have been the cause of the behavior. And I don't want it to seem like it's a disciplinary tool, because it's not. It should never be, right? And I feel like that's how it's been portrayed, like schools are using it as a disciplinary tool, and I'm hoping that we can shift that narrative, because that's not its intent. I'm also very concerned, Sarah, around the fact that, there is certain training requirements that are going to have a budgetary impact because of how our contracts are laid out, and because of the fact that employees would need to be compensated because of how they're paid, right? And so we would need to take the time to clearly clarify that in terms of what that cost would be. But it shouldn't be one that we say that we can't put forth, because it then affects our students' needs. So in terms of where we're at right now, like I said, we wanted to start with the administrators. The new policy was very clear in terms of the principal or designees, in terms of what is being asked of them in the certain types, 24 hours after the use of restraints and written notification. So we wanted to, with the updated policy, kind of go through with them and with legal counsel, have the training done to kind of specify that. One of the things that we talked about, and Joanne is here, was how do we then put the step in place where we are able to, whether it's their monthly reports or whatever it is that they're sending to us, we put that monitoring and that accountability piece in place. And what does that look like for us? And so we're working to finalize that in terms of that step, that procedural step for our district oversight in terms of supporting this and the shift and change.
Could I also, I don't know, I apologize. I had to transition home. When the ghosts start coming out at the middle school, it tells me it's time to leave when nobody's around. I think I would be remiss and I don't mean to derail or separate. I think the restraint and timeouts is a really challenging, complex topic. And what I think is hard in some ways is that this isn't the right term, but there's no win on this one. This is all about safety and following the guidelines and the policy and the regulations. And it's a tension in the field, not just for our schools, but everywhere in the district, which is a last resort mechanism that we have to ensure the staff have the skills and the training to engage. The staff are willing to do it because we ask that of them. But simultaneously, I have yet to meet a staff member who wants to engage physical supports. And it is this odd dilemma, which is we need to keep the student themselves safe, other students safe, staff safe. And simultaneously, there is a piece that I'm not sure that's been conveyed, and I really appreciated it was either Angelica perhaps or one of the CPAC members really talked about membership in the conversation, stakeholders to understand a holistic perspective, because the staff themselves are so invested that when a student has a hard time, they get emotional about it. And it isn't just their safety, because we know staff have gotten hurt, which has preempted some of the which has preempted the or has resulted in a restraint. But I think it's a little hard for staff to not have a voice to share their experience, their investment, their love of these kids, their dedication, while also, that sense that they're doing something wrong. We are a growth mindset district. We are a collection of administrators and staff who want to improve and make sure we're following the protocols. And we do have some practices and procedures in place. And where do we need to tighten them? Where do we need to enhance them? And so I don't sit in a different perspective than what has been offered by CPAC or other parents, because those are shared lived experiences. And it's always so hard to say, which is less traumatic for a student, doing or engaging a physical restraint for longer periods of time, or using what a blue room might have to offer, so you don't have to continue to have physical hands-on with the student. And it is really hard. And so I would just say that I feel for the families, the parents, the students. Students feel shame and embarrassment. And in our job, we're focused on being trauma sensitive. The last thing we want to do is add to a traumatic experience for them, the staff, or even caregivers. Um, and so one of the things I don't know if this is useful, and I think there's a larger systemic work to be done, not tonight, but if Dr. Herman, if you're comfortable, I just wanted to share with you all, not that this negates any of the concerns, because we hold the same ones, and the staff first and foremost, because they absolutely would feel much more comfortable if they didn't have to engage physical restraints. But safety, when staff get hurt or students get hurt, someone will then question us, why didn't we stop it? But I was looking at some of the restraint reports I've received so far this year, and I don't know if this is helpful context just in this moment in time, but I was analyzing the data and looking at how long is a restraint, right? I think there is data collected, and how are we systematically looking at it, and is the data tight enough? But the data I looked at tonight really said that about 70% of the restraints that have transpired so far this year, I think we're at 32 or 33 based upon what I have across the schools. 70%, around 70% were 4 minutes or less. And so when we think of a restraint, I don't care if it's a longer or shorter one, because I think they both have impact. But I think it's helpful for you all to have context of when we talk about a restraint, how long are we talking about, and what kind does that look like? And I don't know if there's questions about that, but I wanted to put that out there. And just to reinforce, we have amazing staff who are really committed, and there's always places for us to improve and do better. And we do not want to provide physical supports, but we have to in some instances. And it is very real that we have had staff get hurt prior to a restraint, not necessarily during, but prior to it. And those are really hard stories. And it's hard for the parents of their kids who have no other means to express or communicate. And I think the big piece is we know behavior is communicative, and that we don't consider when students engage in this behavior that there's something wrong with the student or they're bad. It's just what do we need to target and teach them and work with them on? And I think so long as we just can all continue to think about it isn't just about did we do this step, this step, this step, but what are we doing to remediate or to teach the skills when possible? And it's super important to keep in mind we also have some students who don't have verbal language at all. And those parents are equally as concerned because or more so because their kids can't come home and say what happened. And so there's definitely room for improvement, and we're committed in partnership to doing that. I love and appreciate the ideas of multiple stakeholders coming together so that there are multiple perspectives in the discussion and the planning. So sorry, I just felt compelled to share that.
Nope, thank you. That's why I asked you to be here. And I want to make sure that there's also like the secondary step. Like,
Can I just make,
oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
so, yeah,
I was
I'm
hoping,
gonna,
can I just,
no,
sorry,
no,
piggyback on what
excuse
Joanne
me, you're
just
out of
said?
order, Tammy.
wait, Tammy.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I understand you wish to be recognized, but there are people who have been waiting for their opportunity as well. And I have a follow-up question to Joanne. You said 32, can you tell me the parameters for the restraints? I didn't catch, you said across the schools. Did you mean all of the schools, or did you mean the Amherst schools? For their
Yeah,
physical-
thanks, Deb, sorry. Yeah, I was
physical restraints.
specifically speaking to the Amherst schools. What we know in the data and trends and what we know about students is as students get older and bigger, physical restraint becomes more complicated and challenging. And then students also go through some developmental shifts. And I believe that we've worked really hard with them at the elementary level to teach them a different way to express their frustration, their concern, their anger. We've got help them with coping strategies. So when you look at some of the data, and I've tried to look at the data on the DESE website, I'm not sure those numbers all make sense to me, but that's a conversation for another day, Deb. But mostly, specifically the numbers I'm talking about are for tonight for Amherst. And for context, while every student matters, and it's not to negate the significance, I was also looking at how many students is that referring to. And I think some parents expressed it. There are students who have had more than one restraint. And so when I looked at the numbers tonight, it was roughly 8 students that we're talking about in that data set for tonight.
And that's since the beginning of the school year?
Correct.
Thank you. Laura Jane and Tammy, I understand you would like to speak too, but I'm going to give the committee an opportunity to speak first.
I'm really, really concerned. I found the narratives from families haunting, and I don't think we can attribute this to like people just like making an occasional mistake. It feels systemic and problematic in a way that I cannot like figure out in my head how this could just keep happening over and over again. So I really don't want to minimize the care that our staff have for our students, and it is clear that something is pretty wrong. And the first step is admitting that we have a problem, and the second one is starting to fix it. And I'm really waiting for someone to say like, yes, this has been a problem, and I know that there's probably like lots of reasons people don't want to say that, but we can't. Every family that came forward and provided their story must be heard fully and listened to, and we have to believe them.
So I wanted to.
Andrew?
Oh.
Thanks. I just wanted to, I appreciate what you all are saying, and thank you for speaking to it. And I just wanted to ask again about communication. It just feels like it's something that, as awful as things like this that do have to happen or do happen, that communication and rigorous communication could go a long way to make parents and families feel a part of the solution and not just like a parent spoke tonight about finding out from their child before bed. And I just wanted to ask about that. Why is that so difficult?
So I
Even-
wanted to chime in on
Dr. Z, I'm still going to let I will give you an opportunity to speak. This is not, it's not going to be that kind of Q&A kind of thing. We're going to circle through. So
Oh,
just
okay.
hold that thought, please.
That was all.
Did you have anything you wanted to add at this point?
I just would say that 33 times where people have been held down for 4 minutes does it, I like with, like, I understand like the care and intentionality that Joanne brings to the job, but to someone out from outside, that just made me shake when you said it. That does not feel right. And I'm gonna try and like just talk to the policy when we get there.
So my question has to do with staff who are trained, because my understanding is that in order to physically restrain a person, you need to be safety trained. So Joanne, do you have those numbers of how many people are safety trained and whether or not, I mean, how that, is there a best practices in terms of training staff? Or Dr. Z, either one.
I just want to know that if you're asking us to answer all the questions or just that one question, because you told us to wait. So I am not jumping in, even though you asked the question and you're listening to your process.
You're right. So when I cycle around to it, Tammy's up next. Go ahead, Tammy.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess one of the things I wanted to share that happens because I know Fort River's come under a lot of fire because of a multitude of reasons. But one of the things that we do at Fort River, first of all, and I know Joanne can speak to this, Dr. Z can speak to this, but anytime, we're in a situation that we have to do some type of physical management, everyone is safety care trained. But one of the things I wanted to ensure the team is the level of care that afterwards the team gets together and really like breaks down what happened and figure out what wasn't employed, like why did the student get dysregulated, did we miss something, what were some things we could have done differently. So I don't know, I think it's late, so all I can think of is like an autopsy of like and really breaking it down and thinking very carefully and critically about what could have been done differently. So I just want to assure all of you, just as humans and as parents and as part of the community, that is something we take very seriously and we do.
Thank you, Tammy. Dr. Z?
Am I answering the questions? I just want to be sure because I have them written down.
Answer your questions, say whatever you have the floor for whatever you
All
choose
right.
to do
So
with it.
I think I'll pitch it between me and Joanne. So the first thing I want to address is I don't think that we may not have used the words that you've expressed, Laura Jane, but I think that one of the key things that I expressed was the fact that in the reports that I received, I found that something was very alarming and I plan to move forward in determining what's happening. I don't want to say, I feel like there is something that is happening, but we just are not sure what it is until we're able to dig deeply into what's occurring. Tammy's talking about the process, and I was going to say that many of our team members, they have after a child is restrained, a nurse, the nurse checks the child over to make sure. There are different processes that go into it. There's also the process for the staff that if something does occur, there's often possibly a 51A filed against that staff member. That staff member is placed on leave pending an investigation and clearance from DCF. So there's processes that we have in place. And so for me, I need to figure out that it's not that we don't feel like something is not incorrect or something needs to change. We want to put our finger on what could we do differently. And it actually is not just going to be policy. There's actually trainings that may need to occur. There actually is conversations that may need to come forth. So there may be a policy gap because of regulations, and that's what you're talking about. But we really need to delve into. And so just so you're aware, I meet monthly outside with CPAC. And in our last monthly meeting, they talked about the blue rooms and the concern for the room in a new building with me. And I said, I have concerns around these rooms. And I told them, well, when I watched the layout, I just saw a reflection room. I didn't realize that that's what it was. And I talked to them about like what some of their asks were of the design builders and different things. On the walkthrough, I wasn't able to go, but I did send my team to represent and get me pictures of what the rooms are going to look like. So I have those pictures on this afternoon, and I do have concerns. And I think that for me, it's how do we actually now determine based on what we have. When CPAC spoke to me in that monthly meeting about some of the instances that they had, I said, listen, if you can at least get me what some of those possible incidents are, I can meet with my leadership team to determine what occurred where. And from that, that's where everyone got the package, right? They pulled this package together. I got the email. I think you guys got the email the same time. I had like 3 emails from them saying we sent something to you, right? And so for me, Andrew, yes. What does that communication look like? And is it consistent across the districts? No. So am I admitting that we have issues with consistency? Yes. That's something that I've been talking about, but can I pinpoint for each school what that issue may be? I'm going to delve into it. I have the packets with the incidents, but also I already told my principals from, I think last week, like I received this packet of incidents. I need to walk it through with you. I need to have a clearer understanding of what occurred where. It doesn't feel good, Bridget. It doesn't feel well because we've seen what can happen to adults when they're restrained, far less a child. We also feel like it's a last resort. And so that's the part that we're walking and trying to make sure that, yes, 4 minutes may be too long. I also feel like I wish that there is an opportunity and a way that when we're engaging in these conversations, we engage with some of the staff members. So, I mean, if we want to reach out to them to understand their perspective, because I think that there's multiple perspectives that need to be taken into account when we're discussing this. And so the staff members who may have had a 51A filed and understanding, what occurred, why it occurred, for them, I've seen the emotional impact of staff members and in the fact that when they're done, they themselves have to find time to regulate their emotions because that was a hard instance for them. And I also understand that in that we may have missed a step in notifying a parent. It may have happened at the end of the day and it wasn't intentional. We may have notified parents via writing and they didn't get the email. They wanted a phone call. Like those are the things I want to be able to sit down and say to parents specifically. I have some names of who spoke publicly this evening. We can pull some of the data and I can reach out to parents and say, hey, what are the gaps that you feel we missed in this process? And in terms of how many individuals are safety trained, our safety trainers were at the training with Michael Joyce. And I think, Joanne, can you kind of give a percentage or talk more about safety training and what that looks like? And
yeah, I'm not sure of the exact numbers. We could certainly retrieve that data. But what we have right now, currently, we have 3 safety care trainers for the district. So they go off, they get the training, they come back and they turnkey the training, which is the model from safety care. And that what we look to is training any staff. We've had professional staff and paraeducator staff that may be working with a student who may have a hard time managing that physical component. So they undergo the training. There are certainly mitigating factors about who can be trained and the physical requirements it takes, because it's not simply where you say everybody get trained. because everybody's trained on the regulatory state requirements, but when we're talking about the training of the specific techniques, certainly there's an emphasis on de-escalation because a fair amount of the time I've been through most of a training, I couldn't finish it, but a fair amount was on the de-escalation side, and then they get to the physical part. But I really appreciated, I think, the perspective too of CPAC, which was, or one of the parents or community members, which is are we getting on the front end before it's de-escalation, right? And do we know the signals of our kids and how are we responding? I would say that happens, but is it working at the level that we need it to? I'm not sure about that yet, because for the for the 8 students we're talking about, there's another 300, 600 students that all of those strategies have been working for them, right? So it's hard because those 8 students are core to me, right? I sit with that. I struggle with that part and the staff struggle. Um, but there are aspects of what the staff have been trained are that do work. We just have to do it. I think as Dr. Herman said, we have to look into the other cases to figure out where are the points of whether it's failure, whether it's correction, or whether it's enhancement, whatever it is we need to do differently, because we don't want to do this.
Thank you, Joanne. Bridget.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Dr. Z. I think, obviously school committee looked at policy because that's the only thing we have very direct control over. Um, but the first thing that came to my mind is that I think we really need that working group with staff, with parents who've been impacted by the occurrences, with school committee members, so that the communication is 360 so that everybody can understand what's going on. It is traumatic to staff as well to be involved in this, and they need support too. The second thing is fidelity to the trainings, because the safety care training is a 3-day training, and then there's a 16-hour research refresher, basically, that has to be done every so often as well. So it's not just like having some people train, but like being faithful to that, and even the ratios, like they ask for certain ratios. So there's like that piece that's important. The third piece that was talked to by Dr. Z and Sarah is that staff accountability. And then in terms of the triggers, I think one thing that came up, because in this process, I've talked to so many families whose children have been involved in this, is that one issue with people not seeing or understanding the triggers is the real rotation of staff, so that they're not with someone consistently who knows them and knows those triggers or what's coming up. So those are some things outside of the policy that I think would be important to address.
Point of order. It's 11. It's after 11. This is
I
4.5 hour meeting so far.
I move to extend the Amherst School Committee meeting by half an hour.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we have another half an hour. It is 11:03. Laura Jean.
Another thing that we do need to talk about as a team, as a committee, or in whatever context, is what happens when families have described coming to pick up their children and being prevented from accessing them. And I'm not interested in getting into a debate about whether the stories are right or true or not. I believe they are true. So I don't want to like have anyone rebut me or say, oh, but we didn't do that, because I'm just not going to accept that. I'm going to hear what the people who are traumatized tell us and believe them. And so, given that, what is the remedy? I don't really know what the remedy is, but I guess I'm wondering, like, and also 8 children 33 times, that's something's broken there too. And maybe Bridget's theory is the part of it. That maybe the staff rotation, but it also sounds like training. It sounds like fear. It's it's so upsetting. It's like the I mean, upsetting is such a mild word in this moment. So anyway, I guess I want to go back to reading testimony from families about being not allowed to access their child who is in a moment of crisis is unbearable to read about. And I can't understand how that could ever happen in a world that we're in right now.
So I'm going to say that we've had some hard conversations about this, and I'd like to move on to the next part of this agenda item. I also hear a lot of commonalities. I just want to try to wrap up this part of it. I hear a lot of interest in working together and devoting resources and training. It's going to take staffing, it's going to take commitment, it's going to take multiple stakeholders, and we're all here to do the work because we're all here to support the children. So I appreciate everybody's honesty in this. It doesn't get better if we don't talk about it, even though it's hard and messy and uncomfortable, and we don't agree, and we don't necessarily agree on what we agree on, but there's enough to start, and we will move forward stronger and better for the sake of the children. So I'm going to say the next part of this agenda item is the status of the Joint Policy Committee work for August 2026 compliance deadline, and that's Bridget.
So over the past school year, I worked on the first draft of the updates to this policy that had been out of date or out of compliance, worked with the team to bring it up to compliance, and now worked on another draft now. I've been driven by these heartbreaking first-hand accounts that I've heard from families I've heard many of these stories much earlier in the school year, particularly about the use of seclusion and restraint at Fort River, but we've heard from people at other schools as well. And then I tuned into some of the devastating testimony recently at the state level. So the first thing I want to say to the families that have come forward is, I believe you in your child's safety physically and emotionally. It's paramount, and they deserve an education free from harm. I hold the view that restraint and seclusion are incompatible with the physical and emotional safety of children. Many schools don't have timeout rooms. They don't practice restraints. There's some schools even in our district that have gone years without them, so it is possible, right? The practices clearly detract from engagement and learning, and when they become routine, as we see in some of the data, in our own district, even the numbers Joanne said tonight, it indicates they're being relied on in place of some sort of skilled support that is needed beyond what's going on. And so the inclusive and preventative approaches, fostering emotional regulation and a sense of safety for all learners, that's the first thing we need. Children learn foremost through connection and trust, and these types of instances just shatter that. We had in children who've gone through this who are older now and reflecting back on it and saying exactly that led to them wanting to disengage completely from school. So in December, we updated policy JKAA to meet those regular requirements. The policy I've now drafted brings us into full alignment with what goes into effect in August 26. I'm of the view compliance is not enough. It's our right as a school committee to intentionally go beyond that. And over this last month, I've met with state policy experts who are working on the best policy practice model. I've heard from impacted parents on the draft that I've attached. I had over 100 comments from parents who are involved in our community's CPAC and integrated their comments in, but this is just the first draft on policy. It's just our first read tonight. So we will go to the joint policy subcommittee with this. And we'll work with Joanne and the district attorney, and there's opportunity for families to have more voice to come forward now. But knowing what we know, I think everyone agrees we have a responsibility to do better for students, for families, and for staff. So the policy here makes it clear that restraints and seclusions are last resort, never discipline, never behavior programming. It centers on prevention, trauma-informed and neurodiversity affirming practices, and really puts into place proactive planning well before the crisis occurs. It strengthens caregiver notification, documentation, and oversight, and views every instance as a student safety failure that triggers review, accountability, corrective action. I know Tammy talked a little bit about how they're doing that. So some of this may even fall in line with changes you've already made. When we looked at the 5-year data, the numbers are going down. It's just that every instance is too many. And so there's transparent data monitoring, reporting back to our committee regularly, and active collaboration with the CPAC, so that these patterns of harm that affect our vulnerable students, we can't ignore them. We have something in place. And so really just trying to think about the dignity, safety, and trust we have with the kids, and then the type of learning environments that protect them, and then that honesty and partnership with families. That's what I'm trying to do in the draft. So the draft right now is too long, and the last 2 pages are things that have been pulled out because they're really procedural. But the chunk of this, like I said, was worked with the committee from all across the state. When we met with them before us, they were meeting with New Bedford, and afterwards they were meeting with another district to come up with that best practices model. And we just want to get out onto the table. Some of these things repeat, the last resort and that type of thing, but also put in some very clear definitions of what each thing is, and what's prohibited, as well as really laying out the types of preventative supports that need to be in place to prevent and reduce emergencies, including the type of social emotional learning, family partnership and restraint prevention, and the FBAs and BIPs and safety plans that need to be in place. There's a piece on staff training and authorization, and caregiver notification requirements. And I think we would even take the edit from earlier today that moves that from within the day to as immediate or as soon as is practically possible. And there's a nice grid with some timelines of what would happen within it. And the timelines were very much recommended by the best practices policy. This actually isn't mine. I chunked it in out of that policy itself, because they said that having that really clearly laid out helps when the district is proceduralizing it, but also sets a standard that the school committee puts forward. So y'all can read it. I'm sure a lot of you read it. An important part is the CPAC collaboration, and then some sort of language on implementation, that we expect the implementation to happen within a certain period of time. So that's what's in there, and I would hope to open for any questions. Yeah.
Sarah.
A comment, really. Yeah, thank you. This is extensive, a lot of work. And I admit I haven't read every word. So I'm looking at the chart, section 9, the review and corrective planning. It sounds like Tammy described meetings that happen after every incident, at least of restraint. I'm not sure about seclusion. We didn't talk about that very much. So you might consider whether that's something to add as the first line, since it is the current practice and sounds like a good idea. It wouldn't, I don't know that it's a district, it's the school, within the school. There is a review as soon as possible. The next school day, maybe, if not that day. Sarah. And of course, consult Tammy or other principals.
Yeah, and there is language in there about consulting the principal within if something's going on, even on the time within 20 minutes.
I meant consult her on the on their current
on
practice.
the language, yeah, sure. Yeah, perfect, thanks.
Dr. Z?
Bridget, can you clarify for me? I'm sorry. Can you clarify for me? You said that there are a certain number of pages that were removed because they were procedural.
Yeah, those are the last 2 pages. It literally says administrative procedure on the top. And those, I think those are what I've heard, or those are going to be basically in the new DESE checklist. You know how there's an online form that you have to fill out for DESE with every restraint or seclusion. My understanding is you'll be seeing those things. So as opposed to cutting them, I thought I'd keep them in. So because I did learn a lot in the conversations with the folks who are working on this.
Okay. Okay, and then there's parts on the top that talks about communication is not included in the timeline below. So are we going, I know this is still up for edit, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
This is just the first draft, the first read. So there's, a whole other subcommittee edits, and then we'll go back to the main committees.
Okay, thank you. Do we just send our concerns or stuff to you?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me. So my understanding based on the new regs is that to answer a question that was made in public comment, maximum allowable time in a seclusion room is 30 minutes. Is that correct? That's,
and my understanding is that like after 20, they have to go and get higher authorization. Yeah.
And then another question in public comment was, where are the caregivers? This is a process. The caregivers, some caregivers have been included, and I hear a lot of interest in including all stakeholders. So I invite people who haven't been contacted to reach out to the superintendent or Bridget, and we will create a process that will cast a wider net to make sure that voices are heard. That's all I have to say.
Can I chime in to add to your thought, Deb, and say perhaps the school committee may want to enact the policy that allows you to have a public forum on a critical specific issue. And perhaps you may want to host a public forum on this so parents can come and provide feedback around this, very much like we would have to do around the bullying prevention plan. But that would also allow for you to hear from staff members as well, so you can cast that wider community net, adequately advertise it, and then allow individuals to, post it and allow individuals to come and provide some feedback. That way the school committee can hear from them. That's a suggestion. I wanted to expand on what, since you said that.
Sounds perfect. Make it so, number one. We'll work together. There's a lot of pieces that are being done in parallel, and we'll get it done. It's the highest level of priority, I think.
I would just say that what I heard from a lot of families was that they were really happy to be included in a way that wasn't public. So like I had the Google Doc with like 100+ corrections or suggestions or things, comments, right, that went into it. And then there are different ways to have the conversation. I think it is really tricky to ask someone to come forward in public and talk about their children and what's happened to their children, because as much as Joanne was so sensitive to say that that it's not that the kids are bad or being naughty or doing anything wrong, some people in the schools are using that language towards them, and that is a message that sometimes they're getting, even though sometimes it's just that setting isn't the right one for them, or it's a very difficult setting because of what's going on for them. So I don't know, I'm just saying that I think coming publicly with it would be hard for a lot of people. But they could also come to the joint policy subcommittee, which is very small and in a very private setting as well, and the public is invited to that. So that's not something that would be like this and be televised or, so we welcome that. And that meeting will be fairly soon.
Deb, could I just offer a thought too?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So Bridget, it is, for me, it's actually helpful and heartening to hear the amount of different sources you've been consulting and working with. I apologize that you haven't had a partner from our team in some of that, but that may not be the design, which is fine. I'm wondering in that process, because I don't have the experience you all have in understanding, and whether you all, because I think I've read some different things in emails, particularly even with the new design. There's two ways I think about it. There is the regulatory part, and what is it that the state has said we need to do, and how do we reflect and comply with the state? And then there's this component about our value system, our beliefs, and what we believe locally. And I don't know enough about how it all intersects, whether it's all of that goes into policy. But I also heard you, Bridget, say there's policy, but then there's the practice. And I know that the Department of Ed, I mean, they're still issuing information, and our council is actually trying to talk to them about clarification, even from their recent release. And so I appreciate that you're saying it's a draft and it's evolving. And I don't know if at any point it would be helpful, because like I've read different things about whether you can use a seclusion room and a timeout room as the same thing or not, and certain sizes and dimensions. And
Yep.
again, it's what's regulatory and what is our belief system for what we, right? They're both valued. If there's ever a place to do any kind of support training or Q&A with council, who's been working on this closely, even with DESE, and that may be something to consider. And then I do want to encourage that we do include staff, or at least extend the invitation to staff to offer an additional perspective, not to be defensive, but to offer a perspective so that, like you said, it's a holistic lens.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that was exactly the tricky balance, because the state guidance is updated. It'll go into effect in August. They dropped the thing on February 6th, and everybody was like, okay, what does this mean really exactly? And that's what the folks that I was meeting with were trying to interpret that and understand that and put it into place. But I think in Amherst, there's mixed feelings in the community. There's some people who are just like, end it, abolish it. And then there's some people like, hey, sometimes my particular student may need some calming space that's separate. And so like, how do we do that without doing something that increases the harm and creates a vicious cycle in effect? Yeah.
So Joanne gave me a perfect segue to my part of this. So I think, that we could go on all night, but let's not.
Yes.
Sarah's keeping track. So what I have shared in all transparency, this is what we're looking at. We have a new building we're about to bring online very shortly. And what you see here, top right-hand corner, I'm going to zoom in, is what is euphemistically called a reflection space. And that's nothing, no disrespect to anybody who came up with that term, but it is a seclusion room. So I'm just going to call it what it is. there are 3 rooms of this sort and one, so that there's one each on each of the floors. And then on one of the floors, there's another one that is constructed slightly differently. So we have 4 of these in our design. And we've been in contact with, so there's lots of pieces that are coming together. Yes, Dr. Z?
I wanted to say, but I wanted you, I was just raising my hand for when you were finished. One of the key things, I know that we've been in contact with the designer around this. I also wanted to say that one of the things that we have to take into consideration is once the keys are turned over to us, that we also have an opportunity to identify and specifically outline what those spaces will not be used for. I have concerns based on the pictures I received today about those rooms, and I feel like I need the opportunity to kind of get some more clarity because I know it's not finished because we're in the construction phase, but CPAC shared their concerns with me in our last monthly meeting around like visibility, things like that. And seeing what I saw today in the pictures that I received, I do too additionally have additional concerns. I haven't had the opportunity to show it to my team, but those are the pictures I received. So I wanted to echo what you were saying and affirm what you were saying, Deb, in terms of the reflection spaces. That's what it's, and I told them I thought it was something different because I didn't think that that's what it would be on a layout as, but that's what it's on a layout as, and that's what it named. But it is a seclusion room, and I do have concerns around the makeup of the room.
Thank you, Dr. Z. So yes, we're at a crossroads. We're at a place where we've spoken with the construction team, and they're waiting for further instructions on what to do. And so Dr. Z needs to review some things. I do think policy is going to be making some recommendations or statements about whether or not these spaces can be multiple use spaces, or whether or not timeout is timeout and seclusion is seclusion and reflection is neither of those two. No, neither of those. So that's what I see you, Sarah. I'll get in a bit. I just wanted folks to know that there has been conversation about what is currently in the building and what we need to do to pivot at this point. I'm also going to share with you a close-up of that because I can, I hope. So that's what it is right now. What it can be 3 months from now is really up to the community and the administration and the policy team. I do have another floor plan, if I can figure out how to show it. Here it is. No, the design is for there to be a door with a visibility panel in it, but there's been some discussion about that. This is the close-up of the So it is the building blocks room with the seclusion room inside and an alcove outside and the door with a visibility panel. And like I said, that is the current design. That is not, I do not believe that will be the final one, but that is what we're looking at this particular moment in time. And again, I just want to be totally transparent with the community that this is what there is at the moment in this new building.
Deb, what suggestions have people come to you with for how it might be different?
Yeah, I forgot about you, sir. I'll get to you next. The suggestions, I have actually tried really hard to work on the process of getting the people together. So I haven't heard detailed suggestions, but I think the one that seems to be rising to the top at this particular moment in time is having, for visibility, having some kind of closed circuit TV so that there's two sets of eyes on the student at all times. This closed circuit TV goes to another location, as well as the person who is actively monitoring the person in the seclusion room. But the real question is, do we need 4 seclusion rooms or do we need timeout spaces? And can they be dual purpose? Sarah?
Can I add to, sorry.
It's my understanding that timeout happens in the classroom. That it's really quite different from seclusion. It's, according to the definitions Bridget has in the draft policy, timeout is voluntary and it's, the child is free to move in and out. And I would think you have to do that in the classroom. Child can't wander off down the hall to go into a space, So
Could I,
I would.
Sarah,
Just a minute, just a minute. I see Dr. Z, and
sorry.
then I'll get to you next, Joanne. Sarah, are you finished?
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Dr. Z?
I wanted to answer, to rebut, and to add to what Bridget asked you. One of the suggestions that I heard, that I got from CPAC, and I think they said it again tonight, was the use of a two-way mirror, increasing visibility into the room, probably looking at the door, and shifting that, but really increasing visibility into the room and the safety of the room. I think that one of the key things that I would like us to look at is what are actual like best practice. You talked about it tonight, Bridget. Best practice designs. And then Sarah, in terms of your question, I think Joanna was going to expand on it. So I'll hand it over to her because the definitions of timeout, the definitions of seclusion, the definition is kind of different. And it doesn't, right now, my understanding of the regulation doesn't specifically say that the rooms are labeled differently. Like, I think they could be used interchangeably, but Joanne, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'm so sorry for interrupting earlier. I would say that that is true, that they don't have to be separate. I think one of the things that's important as we look at the amendments to the regulations, that the concept of a seclusion is going to become a very rare thing. And that's purposeful, and I think that's not a bad thing, right? That has a reason behind it. And so when we think about a seclusion, and seclusion means the student can't come out of the space. And what that involves is multiple layers to it, and there's a series, and this is why, like, still learning from attorneys, I'm going to listen to another attorney. I told Michael I wasn't being unfaithful to him. I just said I'm gonna go listen to another one on Thursday so that I can also hear what other directors and districts are doing in the Commonwealth. But the thing to think about it with timeout, Sarah, is that timeout is where students away from instruction and they're not able to benefit from the learning. But there's a nuance of, can you have a timeout in the classroom? Sure. Could you have a timeout outside of the classroom? Sure. And that's why we really need the refined definitions, because that's really what we're looking for and we're pressing upon Michael and the state to give us. I think the biggest distinction is a timeout is either self-selected by a student, which does happen. We have kids who say, I need to go, I can't right now, and we honor and respect that because we do want to avoid. They're showing us and telling us what they need. And then there's timeouts when the staff initiate. I would say that these changes are going to the changes to or the amendments are going to result in significant change. And so for me, the one thing, Deb, I would just encourage as you were looking at the spaces and getting input, we do have safety care trainers in the district, three exceptional, but one who works with the building blocks Ames population and one who works with the intensive needs population. And they would be good people to bring in and say, look at this space and here's our dilemma. What do you think we should do differently with this? Because we have had corner mirrors in our when from the doorway you can't see in fully to the room if you're at the doorway. We do have these mirrors. I'm not saying those are ideal or the best. I think we have to really look aggressively how to look at it differently. But I'm also hopeful that this conversation about seclusion is going to actually be like a rare thing. That's the intent, I believe, from the state. It's just the nuances of defining what is a timeout, and do kids go in there now? They have to be allowed to leave anytime they request to leave. So this idea of pads or blocking or anything like that, that's going to shift away by virtue of the amendments.
Thank you for that. I think that's a great opportunity to adjourn. So I move at 11:36 that the Amherst School Committee adjourns. Sarah seconds, all in favor? Thank you, everybody. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of time. It was hopefully, well, the budget stuff was hopefully worth it. This was absolutely worth it. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.